Aloha, Ohana. So, we're gonna be dating everything again today. Why? Because I fucking want to. And I need to. I need to fucking... Oh, what? I can't date the spandrel? Wow! I'm date the spandrel. So we're dating everything, as I said. And my doors are closed again. I don't like this. No. Doors aren't allowed to be closed in this house. Hi, Mama. How are you? There's nothing in this drawer. Anything in this one? Why don't we have clothing in our drawers? Thank you for the head pats. I'll get the drink. I am in love with this guy. I appreciate your lurkies. I'm not allowed to date the spandrel. Oh my. We have a bag in here. Okay, well, we have to go... When we last played, which was yesterday, we have to go see the microwave, because the microwave said to come back this morning. So we're gonna go see a microwave. Don't question it, just accept it. We're seeing a microwave. And I'm opening all the doors. So don't question it, just accept it. Power, can you not? Can we behave? Please? And thank you. Sorry, my power just decided it wanted to flicker several times. Okay, we're gonna go see the microwave. Hi, buddy!
Luke points his weapon at you, barking orders without so much as a hello.
Luke, really?
Stand down! Stand down! Drop your weapons and show me your hands.
Luke, you know me!
And 2 sets of government-issued ID.
Well, about that, I don't know if I can show you that.
Or a utility bill with your current street address also works.
I don't think I can show you that either, Luke.
It's not preferable, but it'll suffice. Do it!
I got a receipt from something called Tasty Trough.
I'm sorry. Did that sound
I apologize
like a
if you just
request?
heard that. Some asshole driving outside of the spaceship.
If so, that's my bad.
Yeah.
Sometimes my orders come out sounding like requests. My intonation gets wonky when I'm, frazzled.
Sure, Luke, sure. Please stop yelling at me.
I can't! Once I get going, it's nearly impossible to stop!
Luke, please!
Anyway, I swear to the immortals, if you don't show me your hands this second, I will blow your head
I
straight
thought
to
we
the
had
bearings.
something, Luke!
And if I do that, it's a 3-hour drive for you to get out there and retrieve it.
I thought we had something. I guess we don't.
It's a toll road, too. It'll just waste your entire day. I'm gonna give you to the count of 3, 2, 1...
I'm Stitch! I'm Stitch!
Luke squints at you for just a few seconds, and then he lowers his weapon with a relieved expression.
Oh, Ranger! It is you!
Luke, are you okay? Are you losing it, buddy? Do you need me to
I'm
call
sorry.
someone?
I'm just so hopped up on Power Crank that everything
Oh,
starts
apparently
blurring
he's
together
on
like
drugs,
a
I
moaning
guess.
knockoff that fell in some acid. Next time, tell me sooner, would you? I don't want to accidentally blow off any of those pretty limbs of yours.
Oh, my limbs are pretty! Maybe try cutting back on the power crank?
Wish I could. But the #1 symptom of Power Crank withdrawal is bladder implosion.
Okay, well, we don't want that.
You ever see a bladder implode, Ranger? It's wet.
Wow, Kaiser!
I am sorry about nearly blowing your head off, though. I just thought you were a swarmer. They infiltrated our defenses last night. Sneak attack. They came about 0200, probably intending to assassinate me, ensure I don't complete the mission. But I got the drop on them.
Who would want to assassinate Luke? Sounds terrifying.
Haha! Maybe for a greenhorn like you, with those little green horns of yours.
Wait, he knows I have green horns! Holy shit! Luke knows I have green horns! What the hell? Yes, the top ones are little, okay? I'm self-conscious about them.
But I've trained my whole life for this. 26 hours a day.
Luke, there's only 24 hours in a day. 26 seems like a lot.
Well, I continuously pump power crank directly into my veins. Keeps me perpetually alert.
I don't know if that's a good idea, Luke.
On account of the power. And also the crank. Reckon I've been awake now for 49 months or so.
That's over 4 years. He's been awake for over 4 years. Holy shit. That's nuts.
Yeah. But the power crank manufacturers say if my liver self-immolates, they'll grow me a brand new one in a tank.
Okay. Alright.
That's the power crank guarantee.
Whatever you say, Luke.
But, getting back to the issue at hand. The swarmers did their best to neutralize us, but I dispatched them easily.
Sure you did.
They never would have reached the device anyway. It's hidden deep within my chassis, and no one gets in there.
Are you saying it's deep within your prison wallet? Well, did you let me in there?
How dare you? Oh, I see. You mean in that way? Well, now may not be the most appropriate time to have that discussion. But perhaps that's a conversation we should continue after the mission.
I'd like that.
Anyway, I'm glad you're here now. We can go over the details of the mission.
Okay, but what about my tendies?
We are so close, I promise.
Sure.
Now,
I want my
getting
chicken
back to
tendies,
the
Luke!
Luke looks around, patting himself down for something he doesn't seem to find.
do you have a pen and paper handy? Or some other kind of note-taking?
Kaiser, that's my chassis! How dare you!
Maybe some chalk.
Yes.
Luke takes the chalk from you, using it to draw on the other side of an ancient serving tray you inherited with the house.
That poor serving tray! What if that serving tray has feelings?
Good. Then let's get to it. At 0900 hours tomorrow, we leave
So
here
we gotta meet
and
Luke
head
again
10
tomorrow
clicks
morning.
southeast into the death zone. That'll take us just past the Sea of Death and the all-inclusive Death Resort on Death Beach. If all goes smoothly, we'll arrive on the outskirts of the Swarmer's Nest around 0700.
Okay.
You getting all this, Ranger?
Yes, sir.
Once we reach the Swarmer's Nest, I'll need you to initiate some sort of distraction.
Well, I've got two big distractions right here.
Something that'll allow me to slip past their security undetected.
Look, I got two big distractions right here that'll let you slip past security. I think these will work.
Any ideas?
Yes, I'm not gonna share them right now. I could run them away with some mouth-watering tendies if I had some mouth-watering tendies.
Listen, there's no bad ideas in a brainstorm, but let's table that one for now. Anyway, once I'm inside their defenses, I'll give you the signal. and you'll remotely detonate the device, okay?
And then I can get my tendies?
Anything is possible if you believe.
Why are you denying me my chicken tendies, Luke?
Well, I think that's it, Ranger. It's been a long 10 minutes, but I think I've prepared you as much as anyone could possibly be prepared for a mission as consequential and life-changing as this.
Sure.
By this time tomorrow, we'll be the heroes that finally eradicated the Swarmer hordes.
Oh, that
and
explains why my
saved
power was
the
flickering.
Barons. Or we'll be super
I
duper
just heard
exploded.
thunder.
Either way, it'll be pretty badass, don't you think? Now, go get some beauty sleep. We got a big day ahead of us tomorrow. And if you see any swarmers in the night, remember to aim for their genitals.
But why? Why would I aim for their genitals?
That's where their brains are.
Oh. Well, that explains it. Thank you, Luke.
May the immortals watch over and protect you.
You can romance the salt and pepper shaker. Oh wait, I'm gonna get cheese for Ratman! Do I have cheese? I don't see cheese! I don't see cheese! I need cheese for Ratman! What am I gonna do? There's no cheese! He won't love me now! He's gonna hate me forever! I don't know what I'm gonna do! Ratman will hate me if I don't bring him cheese! He was very specific! I had to bring him cheese! Oh no! Hi, cat! How are you? Ratman was specific. I had to bring him cheese. This game is great. I am enjoying it so much. We're gonna flirt with the soap.
The gladiator who stands
Oh,
before
hello!
you is intimidating and alluring. She glares at you like she means to run you through.
She pretty. And she has the colors of the trans flag. Look at her. Oh, she hot.
She also emanates the refreshing scent of springtime breeze.
Yeah, hi.
It slightly undermines whatever murderous intent she may actually have.
She hot.
She is beautiful and terrifying. An Amazon in blue
Her
and
parents
pink.
go
But
quickly.
even as she points her sword at your throat, all you can do is marvel at just how clean and sweetly scented it is.
Who dares disturb me?
Oh, hi. Titus Andromas.
You? Ha, name yourself! By all the pods in the firmament, I swear. If thou hast disturbed me for any reason less worthy than the red memory of battle, I shall leave you sopped, dirty.
Oh, please, don't threaten me with a good time.
I shall leave you as you present.
We don't even know each other and you're threatening me?
Threatening? Thinkest thou truly I have threatened? I have merely spoken, peasant.
I'm not a peasant. You're still hot, though.
Bloom faith in thy breast, that in the face of a true threat from this general of note, thy knees should tremble, buckle, and bear you swiftly to a merciless ground.
Are you asking me to get on my knees and do things with you? Because I might. I'm scared, but that was gorgeous.
Ah, now I see flattery is thy weapon.
Let's look, she's hot, okay? Come on, Kaiser. Get with the program.
Thou wouldst distract me, a saboteur snaking through the lines to deprive my soldiers of their general. Thinkest thou, O fairest fiend, that I will not see? Thinkest thou I will not tear thy cashmere blend from the burned hollows
What
of thine
program
eyes,
for?
and see thou in the cold light of a betraying moon?
Not the cashmere.
Ah, but here I am. I play into the hands of misdirection by spending my precious energy here with the agents of defeat, instead of on the Comid field beside the paths who fight and die for a clean honor. Thy victory fails,
be
withering
quiet.
scales in place, unwashed and full lost in cleansing fire. On with you. On with you and return when and if thou art chastened by this failure.
Okay. Goodbye, pretty lady. I can flirt with the sponges.
You're used to
What?
seeing mostly people-shaped objects with the Dateviators, but clearly the sink-headed figure before you is, well, not like the others.
Hi?
All the time in the world wouldn't be enough to comprehend whatever is going on with this guy.
What?
You can see that he's got a sink for a head and the clothing and posture of a beleaguered stand-up comic, but your inspection is cut short by his disturbing screams.
Help!
You okay?
Help me!
Are you okay?
Hello? Can you hear me?
What's wrong?
Listen closely. There isn't much time. Nothing is as it seems.
His faucet is leaking! Oh my gosh, what's going on?
I'm not who I appear to be.
You sure about that?
No! Stop that pop-up screen!
Stop that pop-up screen! His name is Sinclair!
Name is not Sinclair, it's Martin! Martin Applegate.
Okay,
And I'm not a sink.
okay.
I'm an insurance claims adjuster from Turkleman City, Florida.
Sure, Martin. Turkleman City? Is that even a real place?
Of course it's a real place. Do I look like the kind of guy who would lie to you?
Well, you do kind of have a sink for a face and a sponge for hair. I mean, what do you want me to say? You're a talking sink.
No! That's just what she wants you to think.
She? Who's she?
Allow me to explain.
Ah! Leave the puppy! Sir puppy!
A strange creature that looks and sounds like a soapy little dog jumps up at your legs,
He's so
yapping
cute!
and barking.
Down, Sudsy!
Oh,
down!
that's Sudsy!
Keep your bubbles to yourself, you little devil!
I love her!
Trey, Sudsy? Go to your tray. Sorry
No!
about that.
Bring her
Before I
back!
begin telling you my tale of woe and Temple's Shirley,
Shirley Temple mentioned.
let Sudsy out, okay? When
Oh,
gets like
he!
this, I just get really flustered.
Sudsy's the boy, okay? I'm so sorry I misgendered you, Sudsy. You're cute, regardless. More flustered than being transformed into a sink.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, bye! Sink you next time!
Bye? I like that doggy! I love the doggy! That's so cute! Okay, Sinclair. Nick Thurston is the voice actor for Sinclair. He likes classic literature, calisthenics, I guess? That's what it's about. I think that's calisthenics. And shoes with lace patterns. Sudsy! We got more with Luke. Dislikes missions concerning chicken tenders. Okay. Why does that name look familiar? Travis Willingham. I feel like that might... Titus. Titus is voiced by Allegra Clark. She doesn't like stains, but she likes duty, honor, and that kind of stuff. Got it. Are you able to... Cheese, ma'am! I have to check the fridge. I didn't see any cheese, but I gotta find them cheese. Did Did you see any cheese in the fridge? Because I didn't. Unless that's cheese right there. Oh. Alright. It's time to go see the safe.
You have returned.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
choose your destiny.
We only have one more.
You, elf, come here. Ho, ho, ho.
I mean, you can call me a hoe if you want. Yes, mistress.
Mistress? I have no idea who this mistress is that you're referring to. My name is Santa Claus, which you, seeing as you are an elf, are obviously quite aware.
I mean, yeah.
So stop these absurd shenanigans immediately.
Okay, apparently
We've got an
Tangia's
enormous
down.
amount of work to do. Dress yourself.
Oh my! Well now, that is an outfit!
And the clock is ticking.
Can I just say, you're banging, Santa?
Yes, I'm quite aware, elf. Now, as you are well aware, it's Blissmas Eve.
Blissmas, you say?
But in case you hadn't noticed, we're in crisis mode here at the workshop.
Not on Blissmas!
Yes, it is a truly lamentable tragedy. Unfortunately, our head chef, Tinselface, served some
Tinselface!
spoiled reindeer stew, and it's rendered our entire workforce incapacitated with horrific food poisoning. Whatever you do, stay away from the bathrooms.
Fair.
Now there's no one who can help finish preparations for Blissmas Eve.
I'll finish your preparations for Blissmas Eve.
No one. Except
We are
you.
experiencing
Oh, now it
technical
works.
difficulties. Please stay tuned.
Are we all clear? Okay, we're all clear. Great. All right, hit the red button.
No, not that button!
How can I help, Santa?
I'm going to be completely honest, Elf. You were not my first choice. There's a reason I didn't have you on the production line at all this year.
I'm sorry!
You're sloppy, lazy, and generally incompetent.
I'm sorry!
In fact, you're one of the worst elves who's ever worked for this organization.
Forgive me.
Just a total embarrassment to the entire North Pole.
I'm so sorry. It won't happen again, I swear.
If there was anyone else who could save Blissmas, I would call them. But there's not.
You don't say.
It's up to you. Do you understand?
I understand, Santa.
Good. All right. First, let's take a look at your workstation. Dear God,
Well,
this is where you work? This is a sty.
I mean, look, I'm sorry. I have a lot of figures all over the console. What do you want from me?
Moldy gingerbread houses, half-eaten candy canes.
Look, I get hungry.
I've never seen such a nasty, unkempt, unprofessional workspace.
I'm sorry.
You are beyond disgusting, and you should be deeply ashamed of yourself.
You're right, I should.
Tell me how ashamed you are, Elf, or you're fired.
Deeply ashamed, Santa. You're absolutely right, Santa.
Such a pathetic and insincere response. It's painfully clear you're not taking me or this position seriously. And you're insulting every hard-working elf that does.
I'm sorry.
You must be punished for this insolence.
Oh?
Here, take this old, gross, half-eaten candy cane and lick it until there's nothing left.
I mean, is this candy cane between your thighs, perhaps? Please reconsider, Santa!
Enough backtalk. Lick the candy cane. Lick it, Elf.
I mean, if it's between your thighs, I might. Anything to please Santa.
Very good, Elf. You may
I'm
be
doing it!
pathetically
licking
incompetent
my
as an
candy cane!
employee, but watching you lick that candy cane pleases Santa greatly.
Thank you, Santa.
In fact, it's awakening an overwhelming hunger Santa hasn't felt in many Blissmases.
Oh my.
A deep, powerful burning. Like a fire flickering across Santa's dewy skin.
Say no more.
Great ghost of Blissmas present, is that really the time?
No!
We're even further behind schedule than I feared. Quickly, Elf.
Stop matching me, woman!
Don't you, Elf?
Very much so, Santa.
I knew you would. Now quickly, grab your hammer and nails and get to work. That's it, Elf. Nail that wood.
Can I nail you next? Hi, wifey! Welcome in! This is Date Everything!
Nail that hard wood, you pathetic, worthless elf. Harder!
I mean, look, lady, I'm doing it as hard as I can!
Yes! Just like that! Oh! Yes! Yes!
Oh my!
Looks like I may have underestimated you, elf.
Thank you, Santa!
No, thank you, elf. Santa is very, very pleased with you.
Oh, baby, say no more.
But enough chit-chat. There's still much we need to do before delivery. Now take the wooden toys over to the gift wrap station.
Yes,
They need
Santa.
to be properly wrapped before they can be distributed.
Oh, you know what? She's right. You must properly wrap your toys before you use them.
Quickly!
Yes, Santa, right away, Santa.
Now wrap the presents using this silk ribbon.
Oh my.
Tie them up tight. Real tight.
Oh, say no more.
I want them tied so tightly that they're losing circulation.
Well, I mean, no. Linguini.
Do you get me, elf?
Absolutely, Santa.
That's it, elf. Tie them up real tight. Do you feel that, elf? Do you feel how tight those ribbons are?
Oh, I'm feeling something, all right.
I imagine anything tied that tight would be completely immobile, trapped, and utterly helpless. Can you imagine that, elf?
Yes. Oh, yes, Santa.
All right, enough gift wrapping. Now let me check the time and... You did it, elf. You successfully fabricated and wrapped all the gifts with seconds to spare.
Oh, thank you, Santa.
Honestly, I didn't think it would be possible. But despite your myriad inadequacies, you actually managed to save Blissmas. I think that deserves a reward. Don't you?
Oh, yes, I do. Yes, give reward. So I successfully pleased you, Santa?
Let's not ruin the surprise. Here, come take a seat on
Oh,
Santa's
my!
lap to receive your reward. But first, I need to consult with my list to determine whether you've been naughty or nice.
I mean, I guess I've been really naughty, but you know. Of course, Santa.
According to the list, you've been very naughty this year.
Listen, I mean, look at you. Why wouldn't I have been very naughty?
I wasn't aware of that, but honestly, I'm not particularly surprised. Unfortunately, that means there's only going to be one thing stuffed inside your stocking. A lump of coal.
But Santa, please! I don't want that! Anything but that!
It's what you deserve.
Okay. I guess I do. I understand, Santa.
And scene. Ah, I don't know about you, but that left me quite pleased.
Oh, it left me quite a few things.
An adequate and serviceable job, my little wretch. Tell me, did you find it as satisfactory as I did?
Absolutely. Thank you, mistress.
Very good, wretch. It pleases your mistress to hear that. Regardless, you've sufficiently helped me fulfill all my role-playing fantasies, and thus injected some much-needed vivacity into my lackluster late-night activities.
Oh, you're welcome.
And it appears, despite my initial misgivings, that you have proved yourself a satisfactory plaything for your mistress.
Thank you so much, mistress.
Honestly, and I can't believe I'm saying this, I think you and I could be even more. Don't get me wrong, putting on this persona, building relationships with this specific dynamic, it's a lot of fun. And I love helping my little wretches fulfill their fantasies.
You don't say.
But it's only one side of me.
Fair.
It's definitely the side I show the most, but that's partially because I've never really found someone I felt comfortable enough with to share all of me.
Well, you can share all of you and more with me, baby.
Until now. So what do you say, little wretch? Shall I give you the passcode to my chassis?
Oh, we're getting inside! I'd love nothing more. Hell yeah, baby!
You can unlock my chassis anytime,
Oh
my
my!
little wretch.
Oh my! So does that mean if I do this? Of course there was money in there! I can date the fucking money! What the hell? What? I'm leaving the money to date. I know! I'm so lewd! I opens her up! Look, we can date the money inside her, okay? If you're just joining us and you haven't seen nor heard about this game, let me explain. So, this game is called DateEverything. You play a character that worked for I guess a government program of some kind, and you're put on, I guess you would say, hold with your job. I wouldn't say you're really fired because you're not, but you kind of are. And all of a sudden you're contacted by a mysterious person, and they say, hey, I'm sending you a drone with something in it, and you open it and it turns into these glasses that you put on, and when you put them on, hell, pretty much every object in your house becomes a dateable person. And, the safe happens to very much like being a dominatrix. That's about, I think that about sums it up, yeah? It's a very interesting game. Do we try to flirt with the chest that's on the table, on the nightstand, or this silk pouch I found? Or do we go for Betty? Betty being the bed. I'm kind of curious. I'm curious about both of these. I really am. Fuck it, I'm going for you. What are you?
An armored warrior of some kind
Hello?
stands before you, a massive sack of loot slung over his shoulder. He greets you cheerfully, something about his smile and tone reminding you of your own customer service voice at work.
Hey there! I'm Michael Transaction.
Microtransaction, really?
But you can call me Mikey.
Hi, Mikey.
Congratulations!
Mikey, the microtransaction. No wonder he's tiny.
Thanks for your purchase of the Date
Oh, so he
Everything
comes with the
Luxurious
DLC!
Edition. Your purchase gives you exclusive access to new features never seen in the game before.
Oh, what are the microtransactions are evil?
But I'm not.
Okay, true.
Despite having no visible eyelashes, Mikey manages to bat his at you all the same.
Look at that smug face.
I'm
Yeah, you are kind of cute. You teach gambling to children!
It's not gambling if there's no chance of winning any money.
Shut up!
And I bring joy to kids with my thrill of random chance.
How dare! I think I might just fall in love with you.
Hey, you wouldn't be the first.
Shut up!
I mean,
Mikey hefts his sack of loot onto his other shoulder, shifting uncomfortably.
Stacy and I separated
Stacy?
a little while ago. But we were in love
Who's Stacy?
for a time. Hell, shouldn't bring that up so soon. Unlocking access to me means that you gain access to the DateEverything loot box.
Okay.
Each day, you can pull me up to 5 times for my
I can-
extreme bonus armor.
Well, I mean, I get 5 times to date something in my house, so how is that any more special? Do I need armor for a date in a dating sim?
This armor is so powerful that it can raise your spec stats, meaning that you can blaze past huge portions of this game on your path to 100% completion.
You're tempting me. What if I like taking my time?
Then you'll love pulling for my armor regardless. It's fun.
Are you sure about that?
You can pull for my common boots of true presence.
Common boots. Common. Not even like legendary. Common.
They have a high chance of being pulled.
Yeah?
You can pull for my epic gauntlets of stardom.
Epic, okay. We're getting better.
They have a small chance of being pulled.
Right.
Or you can pull for my legendary
There we go.
Wavering
There's the
magnetism.
legendary.
This extremely rare piece of cosmetics has a tiny chance of being pulled.
You are a very tiny man.
But it does exist! Trust me, I'm regulated by several gaming boards.
Are you now? I'm looking forward to getting these.
It costs a mere 8 brundles for each pull.
Brundles? Huh? What?
Brundles are a special kind of currency that you have exclusive access to.
Right, right. How do I get brundles?
Good question. In order to get your hands on some brundles, you have to spend money.
Well, that's not exclusive then, is it?
You get 5 money per day. Save up for big pulls.
Are you talking about the hearts I get per day, Mikey? How do I get money if I don't have a job?
You're asking those thinker type questions.
Well, yeah.
I love it. And I always have a great explanation.
Do you? So?
Oh, well, you said money with no capitalization. That's totally different from money with the capitalization.
How dare?
You have very little money.
Yeah?
But just by being at your home, Valdivian pays out its employees 5 money per day as a way of saying thank.
Sure. Do you mean thanks?
Yeah, that. Come by when you've saved up enough money and pull me, baby!
Sir, I just met you!
Once again, it seems as if Rebel has walked in on your
Hi,
previous
Rebel!
conversation. How they are able to do so is unclear.
You again?
That's right. Me.
Well, I'm here. Choose an option, butt blaster.
Maybe we got off on the wrong foot.
Ugh, whatever. What'd you have in mind? Or should I say, which foot do you think we should get off on? I'm talking about a foot fetish.
No! Ew! How about I take my foot and insert it into your yellow butt?
Oh, yeah, we could definitely do that. If that's how you like to get your rocks off, I can be your plaything.
Ew!
But then it's my turn.
You're disgusting.
Why, you gotta keep doing that.
Oh, she likes being insulted!
Harder, Master. Tell me more.
I wouldn't get near you within a 10... I wouldn't get near you with a 10-foot pole, Rebel.
No one appreciates that kind of talkback, alright? I bet I could make a 10-foot pole disappear.
What are you saying, Rebel?
Let's find out, shall we? On second thought, I don't think you deserve satisfaction yet. I'd let you use me like a piece of meat if I didn't think you'd enjoy it so much. Anyway, are we about done here? I'm getting pretty tired of this.
You sure?
And I've got a date with Tony to borrow some electrical tape.
We've got another rumor.
A lot of it. For, reasons.
Sure. What a waste of time you are.
For both of us.
Alright. Bedtime, I guess. That was so weird. Mikey the microtransaction! Let's go see how Luke's doing. Luke, you okay?
Ranger, good morning.
Morning,
2
Luke!
seconds. You caught me in the middle of my powerlifting session.
You're not sure exactly what Luke is lifting, but he's lifting something. His muscles bulge impressively.
Oh my. You okay? You sound like you're straining.
Bulking up my glutes, maxing out my quads, gluten out my bulks.
What?
I try to get 3 to 4 sessions in before dawn for maximum gluteal gains.
Sure, whatever you say, buddy. Whatever you say. I'm very impressed.
Thanks, Ranger. People say the masculine form is mostly utilitarian. And they would be right.
Okay, Luke.
Nothing wrong with utilitarianism.
Sure.
But enough about lifting and other ethical philosophies.
Right.
Can you feel it, Ranger? Take in a deep, masculine breath.
I don't think I want to.
There's something in the air today.
Sure.
And I don't mean the stench of mutant corpses wafting over from the eastern wastes.
Right.
Just, ignore that.
Okay.
Wait, is it 1,000 hours already? Cruck!
Oh no.
We better suit up and head out.
I guess we should, Luke.
You got all your supplies? Your protein gels?
I think so. I don't know. Do I have my protein gels? I don't know.
Your travel-sized toothpaste?
Maybe? Shoot, my toothpaste is full size!
Ranger, I explicitly thought about saying travel-sized.
You thought about
It's
it!
not my fault it didn't come up. Gah! You got gamma worms burrowing in your brain or something?
Yes.
Never mind. One last thing before we head out.
Okay.
I need you to reach into my chassis and arm
Isn't this a little quick?
magnetic device. There won't be any time to do it once we're out in the Barrens. Especially not if we gotta stop at Death Mart for snacks.
Death Mart.
Can you do that for me? Reach inside my chassis and arm the device.
Sure. Oh, I'd love that.
That makes two of us.
Oh my!
Sorry. Oh, I don't know why I said that.
Cause you're attracted to me, Luke, that's why.
Oh, is it getting hot in here, or is it just me?
I don't think it's just you, Luke. Sorry I turned you on.
Oh, you don't have to be sorry.
We'll talk about this later, soldier.
Ooh, I just might be in love.
Oh my!
But first things first, I need you to open up the door.
Sure.
Just push the open button on my keypad.
Sure.
Easy now. Easy.
You're okay.
You press the open button on Luke's console with ginger fingers, and it swings open without a hitch.
All right, great. Now I need you to reach inside my cavity.
Okay.
Real deep.
Sure. Is this his way of flirting?
Now,
Or is this,
gently feel around.
is this getting very sexual
the
with him? Is this
magnetron.
sexual with him? I'm not sure he's a microwave. Do you think this is sexual for a microwave?
You do as he asks, though you're not entirely sure how well this is going to go.
It should be a small metal cylindrical device.
I'm thinking this might be very sexual for the microwave.
Oh, you're doing so good, Ranger.
I think this is very sexual for the microwave. Okay, I've got it. Wait, this doesn't seem right.
What? What's the matter?
The label says it's for warming up food? I thought it was a bomb.
You withdraw your hand from Luke's cavity at once.
Well, I mean, sure, a magnetron isn't technically a bomb. But I never said it was.
Fair, you really didn't.
I said it was a handheld electromagnetic device. And it is.
True.
It's an awesome electromagnetic device that uses microwave radiation to cook food. Delicious food!
You're not wrong.
But that doesn't mean it can't send those swarmers back to hell.
You know what, Luke? Fair.
Unless you're calling me a liar.
I would never.
Yeah, well, it's too late for sorries, okay? I can't believe this. After all we've been through.
What did don't give out
After
on
I
me.
let you inside my cabin.
I know.
You have the audacity to call me a liar?
No.
And if I'm lying about the magnetron, I must be lying about other stuff. Is that what you think?
No. I never said it. Hold on, I think you're great.
Oh, now you're just patronizing me.
No, I'm not.
Look, I'm not gonna sit around here and be insulted. And since I can't actually leave, because I'm a freaking microwave, I'd appreciate it if you'd get out of my face. May the immortals curse you with skin rashes and buboes and stale gum and other
Luke
totally bad
doesn't
stuff.
like me.
When Rebel walks
hi,
in on you this
Rebel.
time, they seem to be unaware of your presence. Unlike your previous encounters, Rebel is gazing off into the distance with a strange look on their face, as if they could see through the walls and they're searching for something out there.
What you looking for, Rebel?
Maybe even something they know they will never find.
Hey, Duckstein.
You gotta stop doing that.
Straight away, any hint of softness in Rebel's face dissolves. They turn on you, the mask already back in place. With a disdainful laugh, they raise an ironic eyebrow and put their hand between their legs in a gesture that can only mean one thing.
Yeah. Where do you keep coming from?
From up your butt and around the corner. You caught me in a moment of post-com clarity.
Sure I did. And you came to tell me that? I thought you were sad.
Only thing I get sad about is when the poppers wear off. And then it's just until I can find someone new to pound into next week. You want to be the next merry-go-round?
Sure.
Let's go for a ride. Grab the headboard.
Your time with Rebel is, well, any description would probably leave out one of the many modalities of mattress mashing that you experimented with.
Sorry, did I just fuck the rubber duck? I think I just fucked the duck.
We will say it was creative and exhaustive, and leave it at that.
Thanks, guys.
When it's all done, Rebel shows you the
I
door with
swear,
as
I
little
think I just
intimacy as an
fucked the duck.
automated checkout machine spitting out a receipt. You wonder how long it'll be before you can walk normally again.
Yep, I fucked the duck. And Luke hates me. Well, I need to find cheese. I'm gonna try the pizza again.
Ah, my
Ah!
faithful companion.
Okay, so we get Mitchell with the pizza.
Care to join me for another review?
I'd love to.
So, where should we go? Daisuke's sushi spot in the dining room is supposed to be pretty swanky. Freddy Yeti has an ice cream joint in the kitchen that's worth checking out.
Sushi.
Mitchell leads you to the dining room. He seems excited, or about as excited as a critic like Mitchell can be about a new place.
We're gonna have to pause here because ads are due in 9 minutes. And once we get back, we'll continue this date with Mitchell. See everyone on the other side. welcome back from ads, Ohana. Let's get back into our date with food!
I've heard only good things about Daisuke's place so far. Let's hope it lives up to expectation.
Sure.
You walk into a rather austere space. Every element seemingly selected for its clean and unpretentious elegance. The counters are of raw pine, finished to a glossy luster.
Okay.
The walls are shoji-style screens, and the doors slide open with a soft hiss that seems engineered to bring you entirely into your sophisticated surroundings.
Wow.
A water feature drips delightfully in the background.
Water feature might make me need to pee, but
You
alright.
feel instantaneously relaxed and intrigued.
Say
Here
no
comes
more.
the owner now.
Okay, he's hot. How do I date you? Are you just the fucking, are you the fucking, utensils? Do I have to, like, flirt with a plate to get you? Because if that's the case, I'll flirt with a fucking plate for you.
Daisuke greets you both with a warm smile.
Welcome to Omakase Daisuke. I am pleased to see you both.
Yeah, you're fucking hot.
Always nice to see you, Daisuke. It's obvious you've put a lot of work into this endeavor.
Thank you, Mitchell. I have only done what anyone would in my place.
Are you giving me a drink because I'm thirsty? Thanks for the drink.
The dishware deserves no less than maximum effort.
I'll thank Heath the dishes.
I hope the decor and ambiance please you.
My mind isn't quite made up yet.
I think it's exquisite, Daisuke.
You do? Seems rather dull to me.
Look more closely. It's intentional. Not dull, but understated.
Understated, you say? Let me take a closer look.
Everything's been selected and arranged in order to draw one's full attention to the sushi.
Why, you're absolutely right. I thought at first it was lazy and weak decor.
I get it. You're jealous of Daisuke.
Lazy and weak.
How dare you insult him!
Mitchell continues on, as though he's not heard Daisuke.
But look around you. Perfectly clean, lighting muted but warm. This wood shows the signs of a master carpenter.
We get it, Mitchell. You hater. You're hating on Daisuke. You're a hater.
These chairs have been selected with painstaking care. And as I listen, I detect the subtle dripping of water from a waterfall pond.
Mitchell's a hater.
That is only Sinclair's chronic drip. But I thank you all the same.
I feel almost as if I've been transported to the Tsukibayashi Jiro. Delightful, simply delightful.
Oh, because I corrected Mitchell, now he's all like, oh yeah, this is great, and I love this. You know what, Mitchell? We get it, you're a pompous asshole.
Let's move on to your speciality, Daisuke. What are we to make of the settings?
Before we begin, I am obligated to tell you that Scandalabra's stories about the silver are damaging lies and not to be believed.
He's got a teacup in his hair.
Believe the Scandalabra? I'd sooner let Sinclair process an insurance claim for me.
Scandalabra,
Glad
okay.
we are all in agreement there.
Now let's have a look. We appear to be missing chopsticks.
Wow, you gotta get on that? Chopsticks are properly only offered in Chinese restaurants.
Oh dear. This is untrue. The answer is much simpler.
Okay.
Traditionally, sushi is eaten with the hands.
I did not know this.
But if you wish, I can bring you some.
I have been educated by a game.
All right, let's get down to business.
To defeat the Huns?
Starving.
Did they send me daughters when I asked for sons? I'm sorry, I had to.
As the name suggests, we offer only omakase.
Great. I need to order.
I can't wait to see what's in store for us. Okay, now, when the first course comes, let's...
Give ourselves a minute or so to appreciate its beauty.
Sushi must be eaten right away, within the first 10 seconds.
Here you are. Please enjoy.
Wow.
Daisuke places a dish before you containing what must be the most hideous, clumsy nigiri you've ever seen in your life. The fish is misshapen, and the rice seems to be falling apart.
I mean, he is a bunch of dishes. I don't expect him to be able to make sushi properly, but that's okay.
What are we looking at, Daisuke?
Is it not obvious? This is eel.
Well, I love eel, sir.
I see.
I love eel.
Glad to know your take. I'll present my own opinions in the review.
We get it, Mitchell. You're really nasty to Daisuke.
Now that we've eaten, I think it's time to go.
Fuck you, Mitchell. Mitchell's an asshole. We're gonna go find Daisuke.
A tall, statuesque
Hi,
man stands with his back turned to you, surveying the dishes, your dishes, on the table in front of him. He's so absorbed in them that he doesn't seem to notice you.
Hello? Well, okay. Daisuke's a no-go. I don't know if we can get Cheese Man. We can date the fireplace.
My friend!
Sam! Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Stitch. I am your friendly non-binary alien demon here on Twitch. I'm also best friends with the Mothman. What were you up to today, Sam?
The fiery figure that stands before
hello.
you nearly defies description. He's fire-given form, but despite the hot air that radiates from him, there's something decidedly chill about his entire being.
Hey, what up, hot stuff?
That's very forward, but hi? Oh well, glad to see you're having fun with it. As you can see, I'm back on DateEverything again today. I'm just having way too much fun with this game.
It's about time we sparked up a conversation.
You sure about that?
I'm Dante, the fireplace.
Of course your name's Dante, like Dante's Inferno. As always, Sam, if you have to do any after-stream self-care, please do feel free to do so. I appreciate you sharing your community with me once again.
Sure, we just met, but you could think of me as an old flame.
Can I? Why does his... Kaiser? Tell me he doesn't sound like the VA for Zuko from Avatar: The Last Airbender. I fucking thought so! It's Zuko! Why is Zuko playing a fireplace? That's awesome! I'm glad to see you're having fun with them. I may have to check them out at some point. The irony that Zuko is playing a fireplace! The irony of that! Zuko was a firebender! The irony! You've been expecting me?
Of course. The hearth is the heart of the home. I seen what you're doing.
Hi, sir! I can't not hear Zuko now!
Kinda get me fired up, too.
I can't hear Zuko! I can't hear Zuko! Send help! I like the sound of that.
Nah, not like that, little freaky deaky indoor dork. Fired up to teach.
Wow! Zuko!
And you need my help.
Do I? Excuse me?
I'm just spitting some flaming facts, friend. But it's all good, because I've been waiting for the perfect student.
Okay. Was that an insult?
Yup. If you really want to up the ante in this love hunt, you need to work on your pickup lines.
Oh no.
I'm serious. It's not always gonna be so easy as firing up those specs and talking someone's ear off.
You sure about that?
Be it love, friendship, or hatred.
You sure about that?
The sizzling art of the pickup is all you need. I'm the master, and you're the perfect human to pass the torch to.
You really think I'm worthy?
Hell yeah. Just look at you.
Well, I mean, I guess so.
You're the exact right amount of smooth and rough around the edges. Like a piece of firewood. Full of potential.
Why are they giving him lines that just sound like shit Zuko would say?
But right now, you're also kind of a soggy stump. I can make you crispy, baby.
You sure about that?
My point is, that with my help, you got a chance to burn bright. But if you don't learn how to take the first step by talking to someone, you won't ever light the flame.
Okay, true. Sounds good.
No sweat, hot stuff. I think it's time we start the first lesson. If you can handle the heat, that is.
I'm sure I can. Bring it on.
Hell yeah! Tell you what, let's start with some punny pickup lines. See what I'm working with here.
Okay.
So what do you think? You up for it?
Yeah. Fire away.
Seems like you're already getting the hang of this. All right. How about this? What up, hottie? Got a light? Because I think you just might be my perfect match.
Okay, that was bad.
Huh? Huh? What'd you think?
He's got a little heart. Look at him. Pretty dang good. It'd probably work on me.
See? It's fun, right? But I just can't send you out there with my trademark material. I gotta show you how to come up with your own. Teach a man to fish and all that.
Fair, Zuko.
How would you mix it up? Stir the coals, you know?
Change the punchline.
Okay. So what would you change it to?
Got a light because you're about to get me fired by HR.
Oh, damn. Somehow you managed to make that unfunny and uncomfortable. Congrats.
Well, I mean...
Anyway, that shit doesn't even matter.
Right.
You see, that was all a trick question. Or a lesson, I guess.
Okay.
I was just trying to show you that pickup lines can be corny and fun, but not always the perfect opener.
Fair. As long as you're not relying on them, they can be pretty fun.
Now you're getting it. Tell you what, I'm gonna teach you how to make connections in a deeper way.
Are you now?
And your first real lesson in the art of the pickup isn't about some magic one-liner.
Is it not?
You're gonna learn how to open the gates of someone's heart. Get to know their soul, you know?
Sure.
You ride with me and you're gonna learn how to be smooth, but in a sensitive way.
Okay.
I call this style the way of the flame.
Oh, the fire puns!
Think you can handle it?
Sure. Bring it on.
Alright, I'll give you a day to cool off. See me later for our next lesson, you little firecracker.
I love the heart and the fire, though!
Later!
Bye, Zuko! I can't get over the fact Zuko! I really can't! I can't get over that this is Zuko! So I've got two things from Mitchell. I've got two things from Luke. Somehow, I don't know what I'm doing with Rebel, that's right, but, I might have fucked a rubber duck. That's about all I can say on that one. And, we got sexy mama here to like us and love us. So, yeah, we're in love with the safe. And we met Mikey! They don't do nothing. They also don't do anything. They glimmer with the aura of slight satisfaction. Wait, where's Dice K? Did I not unlock Dice K? guess I didn't unlock Dice K. Thank you for the drink and posture check, Kaiser. I really did. I thought I unlocked Dice K. I guess I didn't. We have no one who hates us, at least. Hi, Henry. How are you? I'm saving this one for the pouch upstairs. I need to know about the pouch. Yes! Yes, we are!
The stranger standing before you is dressed to kill. A sheer black catsuit, studded black manacles with pink fur trim, and a variety of brightly colored accessories drape their shoulders and frame their delicate features.
I'm not gonna get into everything that's on this character. Okay, I guess I am. That's a gag. Those are handcuffs. That's anal beads. You can kind of see where I'm going with this, can't you? That's also chastity belt. Hi. Welcome to the very 18+ section of the game, apparently. Also, yeah, that's a butt plug. I think you can see where I'm going with this. I now know, what's in the bag.
Loneliness has been such a defining factor in your existence over the last few years, you've almost forgotten what it's like to
They
be around
definitely
others.
do.
You've certainly forgotten what it's like to be around someone like this. You almost feel as if you've stepped into a sex shop.
You don't say, narrator!
Hey.
Hi, Skylar!
So, that little bag that's in the dresser next to your bed?
You don't say.
They're sex toys.
You think I didn't figure that one out, Skylar, really?
Toys? Pleasure is not a game, darling.
Although the voice, oh my.
But at least you didn't call me a marital aid.
The voice.
Benoit is gonna have some pretty choice.
Benoit! Of course their name is Benoit!
You wanna skip me? That's fine. I can have plenty of fun all by myself.
No, I don't think I'm skipping you!
Okay, have funsies.
Listen, the game wouldn't be allowed on Twitch. If they didn't know this was in there, that's all I gotta say!
There you are. I was beginning to think you'd forgotten me.
Oh, hi, Benoit. Who could forget you?
Cute. I'm Benoit, your partner in pleasure.
You don't say. Of course you don't have shoes on. Oh, you're...
What many call sex toys, yes. I prefer to call myself your ruin.
True.
It's really about time you came to speak to me.
You sure? But I mean, it's late at night, I guess so.
Given the way we met, someone less confident than me might really take it personally.
They look at you expectantly, raising an eyebrow.
You do remember the way we met, don't you?
Maybe? I bought you?
You think you could afford me? Please, no, that wasn't it.
Were you a gag gift?
Gag gift.
I figured.
They look absolutely disgusted.
Listen, we can't adopt the dominatrix safe. Are you here for the dominatrix safe?
The only way to strip the word gag of all its appeal. Some friend of yours thought they were hilarious. You moved into this house and your friend brought you a big box.
Did
You
they?
opened it up to find... what else? a smaller box.
Fair.
You opened that to find another small box.
Oh. Oh my.
And so on and so forth. So funny. Eventually, you got to the smallest box, and there I was.
So what you're saying is you're tiny.
A bright-eyed virgin. Yours for the taking.
Okay.
But there's still time to rectify that.
Oh! You were the butt plug! Got it!
After all, you're here, I'm here, and I know you have nothing but time. So how about it? Me and you and mind-bending, earth-shattering pleasure?
Right. Oh, hell yeah.
I knew you couldn't stay away much longer. Come here.
Benoit takes you by the hand, guiding you to lie down.
Well, we just went from 0 to 100 real fast with Benoit!
Blur of sensation. Benoit is everywhere at once, taking your hands and showing you just what to do to blow your own mind.
0 to 100 with Benoit, 0 to 100 with the rubber duck today. We're 2 for 2, apparently.
You've never experienced anything like it, and you know you'll never be the same again.
Good night. Good night. Basically, yeah. Tinfoil hat, what's
I'm
up?
sorry for the abrupt intrusion, but there's an urgent topic I need to discuss with you immediately.
Okay.
Is everything all right with the DateEverything? Are they operating efficiently?
I think so. Why?
Well, as you know, I'm able to remotely monitor their functionality, and I've been noticing some deeply troubling readings coming from the quantum catalyst activator.
What's that?
It's very sci-fi, but essentially, the quantum catalyst activator is the internal hardware that allows you to directly acknowledge a thing's existence. And recently, it started to emit metacognition readings unlike any I've ever seen before. I'll keep an eye on things over here, but please inform me if anything unusual happens. Oh, and if they get too hot, throw them in the freezer
You mean
immediately.
like my butt plug
life
coming
depends
to
on it.
life? Because, that's a little unusual. Can I throw them in the fridge instead?
Are you insane? Sorry, it's not safe to talk anymore. I'm in a really sketchy neighborhood, and this phone is super duper expensive. But I'll keep analyzing the data.
My butt plug came to life. You know, I don't know what else to say there. Other than my butt plug came to life. Yeah. They don't normally know. They don't normally. I'm not sure what to go see today. I know I haven't found everyone yet. Let's go see, you know what I haven't checked in on? I haven't checked in on the time capsule.
Hey, look at me on the couch, dude. I was made to be here.
Hi, Barney. Enjoying the new digs?
Oh, you know it. Just vegging out. Telly was surfing for me. I think it might be a good thing that I wasn't anywhere near the TV before. I could spend some serious hours hanging out in here.
Ah, so you like it? See anything you like?
Are you kidding? Where do you even start? Streaming? Cable? On demand?
True. You are from the 80s. You've never really experienced any of this.
I don't even know if you know this, but we had these things called bunny ears. They worked, and they looked really cool because you could twist them around and stuff. But this...
Yes, Bodie, I know about bunny ears.
Completely different ballgame.
Yeah, the show's a lot of content.
Content?
Oh, content was we call media, not just TV, but podcasts, live streams, you know, stuff to watch.
Yeah, it all kind of feels like content.
But hey, you'll never get bored.
How do you sift through the bad to get to the good stuff?
Technically, everything is supposed to be tailored to your preferences. Doesn't always work, though.
Huh. I guess that's why none of it really feels special.
You know what, Bodhi? You're not wrong. Yeah, that's an algorithm for you.
Algo what now?
Oh no, we're confusing Bodhi! Algorithm, it's a thing. I don't know what it means.
Explain.
Basically governs everything that you're served up on all the streaming services.
Man, that blows.
Yeah, kinda does. What was TV like during the 80s?
Man, the tube was awesome back in my day. Family neckties, Bash,
I love
Houston,
all the
Jefferson,
references here that
Wonder
are
Bread
not
years, growing
actual
Pain, Weavers,
references.
Facts of Life, Miami Vice Grips. Oh, so many classics.
Okay, so we've got probably Family Matters, MASH, the Jeffersons, the Wonder Years, Growing Pains, the Facts of Life, which is out there, Miami Vice, Houston, can't think what Houston was, but there we go. Certified bangers.
Oh man, too good. Hey, who's your favorite Silver Senorita?
I think I can flirt with the latter, Henry. I may be able to also flirt with the vacuum cleaner. Oh my god, I've always loved.
Yeah?
Shit. That one. Let's go with that one.
Radical! They're my favorite too! She's so snarky. Oh man. That was our
Might be
favorite
Dallas,
show.
yeah, maybe.
My grandmother and me, she was a 1920s time capsule. It was syndicated. Came on right after afternoon cartoons. Sure, comedy was a little too old for me. I didn't get every joke, but Grandma would laugh, and I would laugh.
Okay, this hits close to home. Because I used to watch a lot of this stuff with my grandma.
I think it really shaped my sense of humor. It was special.
That's so sweet.
She was awesome. All those actors are probably gone now, huh? Super weird how much time has gone by.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Bodhi. Sapphire was supposed to go off thing, but Charlotte lived to be 99 and made people laugh the entire time.
Oh, wow. Well, good for her. She was a
I get it.
radical
He was
lady.
talking about the Golden Girls. Oh, now I get it. That was the Golden Girls. Oh. And I watched Golden Girls with my grandma. You need a minute?
Yeah, I think I want to be alone for a bit. That okay?
Of course, take all the time you like.
It's just that I'm feeling a little out of place. Or time.
Oh, Bodhi, I'll get it. Let's see. Do I try to get Daisuke's attention again? There's a blanket. Wait a second.
Davy!
Oh my god, look at your comfy!
Davy!
Come on, Davy. What'd you get off to now?
Davy?
I hope he's all right.
What's going on?
Oh, hey.
Hi!
I'm sorry. I didn't even see you.
This
I
is
hope
the
you haven't been here
blanket.
too long. I'm Mateo. Mateo Manta.
His name's Mateo, there you go.
Oh, blanket. I've just been so focused on finding Davy. This is the second time he's wandered off this week. I'm starting to get really worried.
Who's Davy? Who's Davy?
Davy's one of my rescues, a young knit bull that I found trapped in the office a few months ago.
A rescue, okay.
You wouldn't happen to have seen him around, would you?
What's he look like?
He's about 1 inch tall, hand-dyed, fingering weight, even though he acts like he's worsted, and it's always getting him into trouble. I just keep thinking about him all tangled up somewhere again, trapped and alone. He was in pretty rough shape when I found him the first time. No telling how long he'd been there. He was so frayed, I wasn't sure if I'd be able to put him back together.
Poor thing.
Yeah, but he's a fighter. He really hung in there. After a few weeks, he bounced right back and was running around with the rest of the tassel hounds.
Tassel hounds? But you said he keeps going missing?
Yeah, it's become a pretty regular thing with him. He gets on great with the other tassel hounds, and he seems pretty trusting despite what he's been through. But for some reason, he just wanders off whenever you're not looking. It's almost like he waits until I've got my threads full with something else, and then he disappears for a few days.
That's a shame.
A small creature that looks rather like a black cat rubs up against Mateo's leg, meowing for his
kitty
attention.
cat's made of wires! Look at the kitty cat!
Speaking of handfuls... Aw, don't worry, Sprite. It's not your fault Davy ran off, I promise. He'll be back soon, okay?
He bends down to pick up the small creature.
I love the kitty cat! Oh! Oh, so cute. What's her name?
This is Sprite, one of the first inanimals I ever rescued.
Inanimals? So, inanimate animal objects, okay?
Yeah, sweet girl. Been together a long time now, huh? Long enough for you to know better than to go messing with Curtain Rod.
I'm guessing that's the curtain.
Oh, really? I guess the bottom of those curtains just tore themselves up then, huh?
Yeah, okay, that's the curtain. I don't think she did it. Look how cute she is.
Don't let her fool you. She's a little mischief maker. She'll get you every time. I mean, who can stay mad at that little face?
I know I couldn't. I belong to her now.
You're in good company.
Can I pet her?
American court hares are pretty affectionate, but...
She's an American court hare! Instead of an American short hair!
If you want to try to pet her, just hold your hand out and let her sniff you. If she headbutts you, then you're safe. If she just stares at you, though...
I'm willing to take that chance.
Alright, go ahead.
You hold out your hand to Sprite, waiting with bated breath for her reaction.
Please love me, kitty!
Wow.
Yay!
Looks like she approves of your bravery. Well, I'll be hearing about it from Curtain Rod later once they notice the bottom of the curtains are ripped, I'm sure. Honestly, I think she's just acting out because she's upset about Davy.
Probably.
I was really hoping I'd be able to find him before it got too late. There's still a few more places I haven't checked, but I need to get back to the rescue. Things can really start to, unravel if I stay away for too long.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Oh, that's kind of you to offer, but I'll figure something out. I'm sure you've got other things to worry about.
Really, it's no trouble.
Are you sure? Davy's my responsibility. It's my fault he's missing. I really should have been watching him more closely.
You've got to lighten up on yourself.
The inanimals depend on me. I can't afford to be careless. It just doesn't feel right, asking someone else to fix my mistake.
You're not very good at accepting help, are you?
Guilty.
Fair though. I'm not either.
I guess I'm just used to being the one helping, not the other way around.
Yeah, I feel that.
And I can't be in both places at once. Alright, if you're really up for it, I do have something you could do.
Say no more. Hit me.
I put together some information on Davy to give to Phoenicia, just in case he didn't come back tonight. I was going to ask her if she'd make a post on Facebook about him and get the word out.
Got it.
But I haven't had a chance to talk to her yet since I was chasing down this little troublemaker instead. Do you think you could talk to her for me? I can give you the packet I made. It's got everything she'll need.
Anything you need, I've got a soft spot for strays.
Really? Me too! Obviously.
As a matter of fact, yes, actually I do. My last two pets were both... Well, one was technically a stray, the other one wasn't I adopted from an animal shelter.
Betty keeps joking that I'm going to run out of space for them all.
You've got a big heart, I'm sure they're grateful to have you.
I don't know about all that. I'm nothing special. It's just the right thing to do. When something needs help, well, you don't give up on it.
True. And that goes for
Sorry,
people,
I didn't
too.
mean to talk your ear off there. Once I get started talking about them, it's hard to stop. If you're interested, you could always come by the rescue later, and we could talk more.
Yeah! I'd love that.
Great. Anyway, thanks for offering to help.
It's Rebel.
The rubber duck's back! I have to pause here, though, because I'll have to do in 5 minutes, but when I get back, we'll see what happens with Rebel the rubber duck. And welcome back from ads, Hannah. Let's get back into this dating with Rebel and see what Rebel wants.
If it isn't my favorite piece of eye candy.
Hi, Rebel.
I'd say it was great to see you, but that would be an overstatement. It's okay to see you. Reasonable.
I guess.
Decent.
Got anything Rebel-y to say about anyone?
Oh, do I? Know what I'm not a fan of?
What's up?
You've always acting like everything's so great. Like, doesn't that fake positive act make you sick?
It's pretty saccharine.
Like 20 packs of sweet and light. Know what else I've noticed?
What's up? Tell me.
How about that Betty? Giving it away day and night, and all warm and cuddly after? I mean, I like to party, but she's so gooey.
Don't you insult Betty!
Like, aren't we all just trying to mash our bits together?
Betty's great, actually.
Yuck. I mean, of course she is. Know what else I've noticed?
Tell me.
Why's that Four Eyes Maggie always snooping around? Sniffing into other people's business? Bet there's something fishy she's hiding away. Bitch.
Bet you're right.
Count on me to point out hypocrisy. Know what else I've noticed?
Alright, Rebel, what
Ever
else?
noticed how Amir can't seem to stop blowing smoke up your ass? I mean, I'm all for blowing actual smoke up someone's ass.
Okay, that's a weird kink, but alright, Rebel.
But he's all fake compliments and bullshit. I'm glad I wasn't born Amir.
So a mirror is another rumor. Amir's all show.
Right? Not even a good one. Know what else I've noticed?
Tell me, Rebel.
You met that golden trophy twink Stepford?
There's a twink? What?
Like, when's he gonna realize he's so hungry for a daddy? And come play with me. He's just wasting his time with all that sports balling.
Stepford sure is looking like a lost little boy.
I'll help him find himself. Know what else I've noticed?
Tell me.
Alright, I'm bored. Rebel out.
Bye, Rebel. I guess we have to go find a twink now, too. Workspace. Tom.
Champ!
Hi.
How goes it?
How goes it? You butt.
I guess I don't know how to speak to the youth today. Vivian would like you to complete an exit survey based on your time here. How would you rate your time with Valdivian?
Very short and
All right,
not fun.
Everyone has an opinion. And now that one belongs to us. I appreciate you participating. One more question. If you were to recommend, I don't know, Tom for a job somewhere, how likely would you be to send his resume along?
Not likely.
Ah, that's just fine. I'll be straight. There was no exit survey. I just need some help. Now that I've revealed my own vulnerability and gained your trust, how likely are you to recommend Tom for a job somewhere?
Not likely.
Ah, can't win them all.
No, you can't, Tom. No, you can't. Wake up, Fanatica!
Ooh, coming in hot. What you got for me this time?
You know, it'd be creepy how you always seem to know things, but it's all really damn cute.
Any other time, I'd love to stop and bask in the compliment, honey. But I'm dying to know the sitch. You've got those urgency eyes. So, what's the deal?
It's Mateo.
An animal emergency? Ah, honey, why didn't you open with that?
She's so cute!
Who's in trouble? What do we need? How can I help? Give me answers.
She's so cute! Davi, one of Mateo's rescues has gone missing.
Phoenicia's fingers are flying across her virtual keyboard before you've completed your thought.
Already typing something up as we speak. Did Mateo give you any helpful info I can put in here? Anything eye-grabbing? We need some cute buzzwords
Yes,
to
he
get
did.
Tim's attention.
Yeah, a whole packet.
Perfect. Leave it to me, honey. Missing in animals are no joke. We'll get this baby home.
You are so cute.
I'm gonna do a live to generate some engagement for the post. I'll let you know how it goes.
You do
Check
that.
in with Mateo to let him know. I don't think he checks socials very often.
Will do. She's so cute. I love her. Well, there's a... What?
There's a presence in the room with you. You're sure of it. But you can't make anything out in the darkness. As you search for whoever it might be, they address you in somber, funereal tones.
As the light fades and dusk draws, all hope becomes despair.
Okay.
Do you wish to proceed?
Sure.
Is that so? Let regret not fill your heart then.
I mean, the growl in the voice is kind of getting me.
Hard! For your greatest fears manifest in yours truly.
Okay, now you're starting to sound a little like Wolverine.
A monstrous creature takes shape from the darkness
Oh, hi!
itself. A terrifying amalgam of bones, both human and animal.
You're hot!
Grotesque, clawed fingers, and seething, swirling
I
shadows.
don't discriminate! Monster, human, I don't discriminate!
From brazen earth to the heavens
Look
most
at him!
incorrigible. The shadows quiver, the shadows quake and quail.
Listen, I know I'm a monster fucker and I'm fucking proud of it, okay?
Light has no purchase here.
Come on, like, look at this beefcake of a monster!
For I am XXX Shadow Lord.
Oh great, he's an edgelord!
XXX.
Great!
Exclamation point.
Great! You had me, you've lost me.
See you.
Shadow Lord, you had me and now you lost me. Sweet hand, excuse me?
Surprised? Of course you'd be. For I am the void that covers your eyes when the light rests.
He had me and then he lost me with that name, honestly. No, dude, your name.
The shadow creature stops for a moment, perhaps confused by your failure to tremble in fear.
Hmm? My name.
He throws his head back in a dramatic, villainous laugh, looking down at you imperiously when he's finished.
Are you okay?
Aren't you a peculiar little shade?
I mean, maybe.
Before you stands the Emperor of Darkness, and all that you are
Can you
compelled
stop
to do
being an
is question
edgelord?
my moniker. You amuse me. From now on, you are my penumbra.
Sure, whatever you say, edgelord. Sure, I totally understand.
Do you? I am the Umbra, the darkest core.
Right.
You are the penumbra. My companion acts in shade, like an outer shadow cast from an eclipse.
Sign me up.
Yes! So tell me, penumbra, what brings you to the call of night?
I'd like to know your actual name, not your edgelord online handle, bro. I noticed that one of the shadows was wrong.
Did you find that out on your own? Or did you use a hint?
On my own.
Observant. I enjoy those who observe. You appear to be romancing the objects in your domicile.
Yeah?
I see. You are embarked on a most interesting quest.
I mean, yeah, you know, I definitely have embarked on something.
However, it is quite trivial compared to mine.
Really? I get it. You're trying to be really edgy. What are you trying to accomplish?
As you can tell, I am dreadfully powerful.
Are you?
However, my true potential has yet to be unleashed. Bask in the shadows and remember, That sinking feeling you get when you turn off the lights as you return to your bedroom.
He's trying to be edgy.
Then this eerie primal instinct to hasten yourself kicks in while your heart begins to rumble with fear.
You know, you remind me of the teenagers online who think they're so cool with their usernames and they're really not. And they think they're super fucking edgy and they're really not.
That, my friend, is but a lick of what true darkness can do.
I love darkness. I always try to keep the lights down.
You help my power grow.
You sure about that?
But with that said, I'm afraid to say my power is waning.
Is it?
If not for your summoning ritual, I may be. Nay, such thoughts are wasteful. Anyhow, I have been waiting in the abyss in search of a companion.
You don't say. Like, romantically?
Such feelings are unnecessary. Although, not unwelcomed.
I get it.
You see, the essence of darkness must be discussed before obtained.
Sure.
I have been waiting for eons for a worthy conversational partner.
Have you now?
Our sinister lamentations and pure nightfall will serve as the dark ritual and bring forth my armaments.
Uh-huh. Armaments?
My armor forged from the shadowy depths.
Okay.
Think of them as parts to my true self.
Fair enough.
However, I have long lost them back during the Great Cataclysm.
Are we playing World of Warcraft now? I have so many questions.
Naturally, but I am equipped to ease your wandering mind.
Do you?
Know that even this discussion will feed into our dark search.
Will it now?
What troubles you, my penumbra?
Hi, Duelist! How are you? Your moniker.
While it may appear childish, it is a title that bears significance to me.
Does it?
Even creatures of the dark are entitled to nostalgia.
Are they?
And its relevancy continues to capture my very essence.
Does it?
Lord of Shadows.
Edge Lord of Shadows, maybe. What about the X's in the 420? Have a good night! Thank you for the look!
You'd be surprised how popular of an identity Shadow Lord is.
Is it?
Can't just have anybody proclaim they are the true Lord of Shadows.
Are they?
Which is why I leave my mark as what troubles you, my penumbra.
The special armor.
I'll have you know that these aren't just any normal raiments.
Right.
They have no physical form. My armor is of a corporeal shape.
He's trying so hard to be hardcore. I cannot take him seriously.
But after I obtain just a single piece of it, the pressure of my dark aura will rise exponentially.
Will it? How do we find them?
As I said, by having conversations, we initiate the ritual.
Okay.
Join me in darkness, and my power shall inevitably return.
What happens when you get your full armor?
I descend into the Vanta Black.
Vanta Black!
And
Oh my
reemerge
god!
as my true, awesome form. I sense your curiosity. Stay close, Penumbra, and you shall.
I'm digging the rock, the like heavy rock music in the background for this guy, though.
What troubles you, my Penumbra?
The Great Cataclysm.
The tragedy that befell my comrades. Before, it was a peaceful time.
Okay.
My fellow denizens of the dark and I conversed in the shadows. Then, suddenly...
What?
A great power beyond any of ours divided us.
Are you saying the sun came along?
I have not seen my allies since, and at the same time, my armament was lost.
I'm sorry to hear that. Let me guess, light defeated the darkness.
Like such a flimsy concept could be our undoing.
You sure about that?
It is an unexplainable force beyond reason. But that won't matter once I am at full strength.
Aha.
Shadow Lord falls silent for a moment, as though listening for something you can't hear. He makes a fist, nodding to himself.
Fair.
Can this be?
He spreads his arms wide, opening his clawed hands as if to receive something.
Alright.
Yes. The dark power begins to creep and course through me.
So I'm guessing his name actually is Shadow Lord. The dark power?
Yes! I knew I had a good feeling about you, Penumbra. A piece of my armament has returned. My soul quivers with might.
I'm glad to hear it. It's true, you look very mighty and sexy.
Whoa!
Oh, he blushes yellow.
That's exactly the idea. I thank you for awakening me.
He blushes yellow, like light.
Encountering you has been the most exciting event in a very long time. For now, I shall relinquish you. Return to your quest.
Thank you?
Oh, and no need to reinvite the light. You're now a denizen of darkness, after all.
I mean, sure, whatever you say.
Unless being in the dark brings about a fearful sensation that tickles your heart too fiercely.
No?
Farewell.
Goodbye, Edgelord McGee. Interesting. Very interesting. Mateo likes snuggles, cuddles, and nuzzles and doesn't like anxiety. You know what? Fair. And there's Benoit. Tacos, chalupas, and tortas and doesn't like shite. Fair. Where's Edgelord McGee? Well, there's VoD again. I need to find Edgelord McGee. There he is. Oh, of course it's Alexis Lee! Of course it is! Bads, you would have never... Right, yep. He's Mr. Edgelord. We could date a lamp. I think I want to go check in on Betty, though. We haven't really spoken to Betty in a while.
Betty is already speaking to someone else when you walk in. There is an easiness to their dynamic. An intimacy, really. They have the air of old lovers. Or perhaps very, very good friends.
We've been over this so
there's
many
Benoit.
times, Betty. You know how I feel about that. I just need some time, all right? Why should a bed as gorgeous and free as you be so worked up over anyone else's opinion of her?
True!
You could snap your fingers and have 10 lovers here in 2 seconds.
But I don't want to share Betty.
I could. And have. Benoit, stop it. But honestly, you know it's not about sex. I can get that just fine.
Damn! Bed be getting more action than we are.
But that feeling of falling asleep in the arms of someone you love, there's nothing else like it.
Benoit's gaze leaves Betty's face to land upon your own. They give you a smile that feels as if they know all your secrets.
Well, yeah, of course you do.
When Betty turns to see you, she goes from surprise to happy in record time, and Benoit places a gentle hand on her shoulder before they walk off.
Just think about what I told you.
Are you two?
Are we what?
Vulgar hand gesture!
You can just say, are you having sex, you know?
Cool.
Benoit and I are just very good friends.
But it's more fun to do a vulgar hand gesture.
With benefits, of course.
It sounded like you were lonely.
Well, sure, though, gosh. I wish you hadn't heard that. It's just a really specific sort of loneliness, you know? I'm sure you didn't come here just to hear tales of my sex life.
Betty, I'll listen to you talk any day, darling.
What can I do for you, honey? Did you want to relax? Maybe take a nap?
I was hoping to get to know you better, actually.
Get to know me better? Why?
You're hot. Why not?
Well, thank you. But I hope you see me as more than a pretty face and a gorgeous body.
Of course, Betty.
Well, you know what I am, what I do. You know I'm a free spirit.
Yeah?
What else can I tell you about me?
Tell me what's keeping you up at night.
Oh gosh. Why did it have to be that question? It's all so silly, you know.
No, I don't.
She sighs wistfully, looking somewhere past you.
Sometimes it feels as if those sorts of relationships are only for books, you know?
I guess.
But I can never quite seem to get there. Perhaps I've been standing in my own way. That's it. That's all. Just loneliness.
Oh, Betty! Why not just confess to whoever it is you're so into?
Haven't you ever been afraid of ruining a good thing?
Yes, actually, I have.
I'm just not ready yet.
I get it.
There's an undercurrent of sadness in Betty's eyes, something much bigger weighing on her that she seems uninterested in divulging.
Oh, it's almost time for book club, if you'll excuse me.
Oh, Betty! Don't do this to me, Betty! I'll come back and talk to you again, Betty. You know I will. Let's talk to the decorations.
Oh.
Hi.
You came.
Yeah. I said I would.
Well, it's not that I didn't think that you would. It's just I've got a tricky schedule.
Fair.
So it's easier to presume that people have to cancel.
Fair.
Or they'll forget.
Fair.
Or they'll just have their own lives.
Also fair.
Which is me. I'm people.
You're people, okay.
I cancel or forget, or I have my own life.
Understandable. You seem kind of hard on yourself.
I'm just realistic.
Did work okay?
Yeah, it was great.
I love a little skeleton!
Wait, you said okay, right? Yeah, it was okay. Hard, underpaid, fun, just a local pet. My favorite kind, the little ones.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, it's not you.
Tired?
A little, but who isn't?
Okay, you know what? Stop hitting so close to home.
Usually, when I finish a shift, most of the others are asleep. I never really get to talk about my work, so it's strange. It's nice. The
I'm
shift
glad you
wasn't,
can
but
talk
this
about
is.
it. Why do you work so much?
Someone has to. It's my job. It's always a holiday somewhere, and someone has to do the work to bring the wonder to everyone else. I'm a helper most of the time. Essential, so they say.
Oh, you're an essential worker. Oh dear, poor thing. I feel so bad for you.
Sometimes, when it's useful to say so. Sorry. Here I am complaining I never have anyone to talk to, and now I'm yawning in your face.
If you don't stop, I might start yawning because yawns are contagious.
I guess I should knock off. I've got a shift in the morning, but thanks. I really appreciate it.
Get some rest.
No! You get some rest.
You again?
Hi, Rebel! We do have ads in 9 minutes, so I'm going to pause here and run ads, and then we'll get back to dealing with Rebel the Rubber Duck. Oh, welcome back from ads, Ohana. Let's get back into talking to Rebel.
So, what brings you back, poser? See? I'm being nice. Ugh.
Are you? I wanted to get to know you.
I'm a duck. Quack. Riveting.
That doesn't seem true.
What is?
Are you just repeating the things you've heard before?
Aren't we all?
Are you high? How rebellious.
I say you could call me that, dumbass. Pretty damn sure I didn't.
I mean, I didn't really say you could call me everything you called me.
But you are all those things. And more, probably. I'm just being accurate. Fine.
Call me Rebel. Or Daddy. Ugh, boring. Oh, and there it is. I'm getting bored with this dumbass convo. I usually spend about 20 seconds talking, and then whoever I'm talking to miraculously ends up dead or underneath my rubber ass.
Rebel, I feel like we've had this conversation before.
You can be whichever one you like. That's the only favor I'm gonna do you too, so appreciate that shit.
So, Rebel's your real name?
Yes and no.
What is?
It's Nunya.
Oh, yep, we've had this. Seems like we're getting nowhere.
Names are worth choosing. And I don't have to tell you shit if I don't feel like it. In fact, I'm gonna get the duck out of this one-bill town. You wanna talk to me again? Too ducking bad, poser.
I don't want to talk to you again.
Poser says what? Poof! Rebel's gone.
Yep, I've had that conversation with her before. Keith, we're already friends. Okay.
One moment you're looking at your
Hello?
old sports equipment, and the next you're looking at a gorgeous, muscled man dressed in various pieces
You
of
have a
sports
baseball
equipment
glove on your
that
head. Are
once
you aware
belonged
of
to a far more
this?
optimistic version of yourself. As you watch this guy go through an entire squat routine, it's more than clear that, unlike you, this guy has never struggled to maintain an athletic routine.
Can you stop calling me out, Dane? Please, I get it.
Mid-squat, he stops suddenly, bending down to peer at you through his legs. A handsome, smiling face, boxed in by thighs so thick and developed, you're rendered speechless for a few minutes.
Okay.
Oh, hey.
Hi.
He sets his weights down, standing up and beaming at you like you've just told him he's won the lottery.
It's about time you made your way over here. I was starting to think you forgot about me.
I probably did. Well, what happened was...
Hey, you don't gotta explain yourself to me. But since it's been so long, let's just start over.
The lights dim, and a spotlight appears from... You're not quite sure where, really.
Ladies and gentlemen!
Okay.
Now entering the stadium, the king of the ring, the Duke of Gun, the jack of all trades, master of fun, Mr. Duncan Dunk Shuttlecock!
His last name is Shuttlecock! I'm not a child! When it comes to words like that! But come on, I'm not so fucking funny!
Hey, thank you.
Sure.
He goes through a few poses that really make his abundant muscles pop, looking at you with the grin of a confident athlete.
Cheer for him.
Dunk is delighted by your cheering, and he spends a few more moments basking in your attention.
He likes attention.
Man.
Mine.
It's been a
Surprise?
while since
No.
I actually had an audience. Feels good. Don't worry about remembering all those names. That's just stuff that makes me sound cool when I hit the court, or the field, or wherever I'm playing. Cook is just fine for pals.
Okay, Dunk. Are we pals?
Totally. We might have just met, but strangers are all just friends you haven't met yet.
Good point.
Anyway, it's great to see you here finally.
He grows very serious, placing a strong but gentle hand on your shoulder.
He has a shake weight.
What happened, man? How come you stayed away so long? Did someone ruin the joy of sports for you?
Yes, me. I just got busy.
Ah, man, I get that. Life is so much sometimes, but you gotta make time for yourself, too.
Dunk gives your shoulder one final little squeeze, and then he's slapping you on the back so enthusiastically you nearly collapse. This fine hunk clearly does not know his own strength.
I wouldn't say he's a hunk, but okay.
Well, no matter what happened before, you're here now.
He's not my type, that's for sure.
Your inner athlete said, "Let's get it, baby!" And who are we to say no to your inner athlete?
What inner athlete? I don't have an inner athlete.
What? Of course you do. We all do.
No,
Yours
no,
might
we
be, like,
don't.
sleepy right now? But that's okay. We'll wake him up.
We just gotta get you into the flow. But I want to make sure you're ready for it. After all, working out without a proper warm-up is a great way to get a nasty injury.
Sure.
So you come back here when you're ready to get into it. Meet me by the weight rack, all right?
Okay.
Bring your positive attitude. We're gonna have fun!
Okay. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Let's... Towel!
It's not all that surprising that your towels would have a look that
Hello,
one can only
towel?
describe as fresh out of the shower. The fluffy terry cloth clothing and glistening
Towel
skin
has a happy
are
trail.
expected. What you did not expect to see, however, was a six-pack you could do your laundry on.
Wait, hold still.
He holds his hands out in front of him, stopping you in your tracks.
Whoa, what's wrong? What did I do?
You didn't do anything.
He backs away from you, slowly and carefully.
Just don't move.
Okay.
Ooh, there's some water on the floor.
Oh.
Let me get that before you slip and fall.
Well, how kind of you?
He bends down to mop up a tiny puddle, standing back up with a grin.
There, all good.
That was a close one.
Some might say that I saved your life.
Yeah, maybe you did.
Hey, hey.
Of course, Tyrell the towel.
Did you see that dude?
Yes, you're my hero.
I may be soft, but I'm hard against spills.
Are you now?
He mimes playing a trumpet, imitating the instrument with his mouth.
I dry as quick as my wit.
Alrighty.
If you get wet, don't get upset.
I mean, depends upon in what way we're getting wet.
Isn't that right, my absorbent sidekick?
He holds out a small swan-shaped towel for your inspection. It's quite charming.
Look at you towel, Swan!
Quack!
Whoa, what is that?
Oh, this? This is Little Buddy. He's pretty cool. I can fold him into anything I want.
Little Buddy. Okay.
Today, a swan. Tomorrow, who knows what the fabric of the universe will weave?
Who knows?
I mean, I only know how to fold like there are two others, but still.
You know what? You fold, Tyrell. You fold.
It keeps me busy between cleaning spills and warming up your body.
Hey, yo. Anyone would be lucky to be wrapped up in you.
Oh, you are a forward one, aren't you?
Confidence is attractive.
So are folding skills. I've been told. Gotta say, this is the most fun I've had talking in a while.
I'm glad.
I keep myself pretty busy with my job.
I'm sure you do. I'm not making too much work for you, am I?
Nah. Spills happen every day. No big thing. But the hard part is getting dry. For the big jobs, I work with Washford and Drysdale.
Okay.
But I work pretty independently, you know?
I can make a bit of a mess.
I'm here regardless. I'm pretty dependable. It takes someone of strong woven integrity to be as reliable as me, you know?
Surely you have bigger aspirations.
Oh, like you have bigger ones? What do you want?
To travel the world and all the good stuff, but have it all be free.
Sounds impossibly ambitious. There are things I want to do, but my job is important, you know?
True.
Those spills ain't gonna unspill themselves.
You're not wrong.
And I won't be spilling things to you until I get to know you better.
Fair.
So, let's make a deal.
Okay.
Next time you see me, I'll show you something cool. And maybe I'll tell you a bit about myself.
You know what? Fair.
I'll show you an idea I have.
Fair. You have a good night. What now, David?
Davidites. Guess who? If you guessed David Most, 3-time runner-up for Business Magazine's CEO of the Year, you'd be right.
Right.
Team, I just wanted to do a soft follow-up on my recent email regarding my lost sunglasses.
I'm happy to report my office has already received hundreds of tips regarding the item's whereabouts and are quickly combing through them as we speak.
Oh dear.
However, I really must reiterate that the tip line is for verifiable leads only. I saw them in Turkmenistan, or did you chuck up your butt? While obviously very humorous, detracts from our serious efforts to expediently locate the missing item.
Well, guess what?
In
You're
that
gonna
spirit of camaraderie,
still
anyone who
deal
sends a
with
false
those.
lead will be downsized on sight. Thank you for your ongoing support in this matter.
You're not welcome. I'm trying to get Dorian to let me outside. Dorian won't let me outside. I'm getting tired of Rebel. He likes family, friends, and fuzziness. I'm trying to get to know Betty better. Thank you for the drink, Kaiser. And the posture check. I want to get to know Dorian better. I'm determined. Shuttle back. Positivity, support, and points. Well, okay, I need to find out who this Jerry is. I've got 2 more I can date. Do I try the front door for Dorian?
Dorian stands firmly in your way, an unmovable wall.
Thinking of going outside?
Oh, front Dorian! I just want to get to know you better.
I'm a door who's the main entrance and egress from this domicile. I'm more impressive and ornate than the other doors, because I need to project a welcoming presence.
Sure.
But also make it clear that those who do not deserve entry stay outside.
I like the outfit change, Dorian. You look great.
Cheers. I open up when you tell me to. It's you who needs to make the decision about whether you're really ready to go out there. After all, you're the only one who knows the reason behind why you tend to stay inside these days.
Because I don't like people. It's really hard to get out these days.
That's right. The very act of getting me to open up for you is too tough. 'Cause why bother? Outside is chaotic, full of bonkers people.
You're not wrong, Dorian.
Inside, I am your barricade against the elements and all the rest.
Yeah, you are, Dorian. Just give me a hug and hold me a little tighter, Dorian.
So for now, I'll remind you to keep indoors. Stay safe.
Thanks, Dorian. Mateo!
Lucinda Lavish stands in
Lucinda!
your way, her well-endowed body striking a luscious pose.
Tell me your desire.
You. I want to explore more sensuality with you.
Come, come, come.
I don't do that on command! Telling me
I
to come
told
on
you I would
command.
have something special for you. Something really special.
Uh-huh.
I'm Lucinda Lude.
Oh, hello. Hi, hubba.
Hope you're ready. I put together a treat. Something outside the prying eyes of those who don't want to see us have a good time.
That's true.
It's a feature where you can hear anything you want from me, anytime you want.
Oh, really?
As many times as you want.
Oh, really? Sounds awesome. Where do I start?
Right this way. You can pick any option as many times as you like.
Thank you for that advice.
So, what do you want to hear from me, sweetie?
Something sexy. That's not sexy. Come on.
Yes, Yes.
Okay, that, okay. Come on.
Sex, sex, sex.
Harris, okay.
Oh, baby, you make me so hot.
There we go. Tell me how much you love me.
You know just what to say to me, baby. You know just how to treat me.
Oh, hell yeah. Say anything you want.
It's a beautiful day to go for a jog, don't you think?
No.
I love you.
Oh my.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
You're my everything.
Oh, alright.
You're my everything.
You gonna just repeat that?
I love you.
Alright.
It's a beautiful day to go for a jog, don't you think?
No. To say anything you want, it's definitely a boner killer.
Sex, sex, sex.
And so is that.
Oh, baby, you make me so hot.
That's not though. I'm finished.
Yeah, you look finished. How was that? Did you have fun?
There weren't enough sounds.
Well, you tell those nasty developers that.
Fourth wall break!
Always trying to keep my line counts down to save on money.
How dare!
When all you want to do is hear from your sweet, sweet Lucinda.
You're right. I'll let them know.
Thank you, baby. Next time I see you, hopefully you'll like my surprise.
Ew.
Until then.
I want to know what surprise it is. Well, now I can't talk to Mateo. Gotta wait till tomorrow. Aww. Oh well. Let's go try and talk to Mateo now. I hope Lucinda doesn't block us again. As much as I love her, I can't.
Sinclair paces back and
Sinclair!
forth, nervous and talking to himself.
Oh, come on. It shouldn't be taking this long. Oh.
Have you seen Mateo?
I've seen several shoes, if that's what you're asking.
No!
None of them are the slightest bit amenable to ordinary conversation. Does that answer your question? Oh, wait! Before you answer that, don't answer this.
Okay.
What size is the most common size of fly?
Trick question. There are no common sizes of fly.
I'm talking to a goddamn genius here.
Okay, you're obviously going through something.
No, just waiting for my soap hound. Whoosh.
Hi, Sotzi!
And here he comes. Let me look at you. Are you all right? Have you become any less composed of saponins?
Mateo enters just after Sudsy, giving Sinclair an uneasy smile.
Oh, hey, Sinclair. How you doing, buddy?
I'm better than you've ever been on your worst day.
Do they hate each other or something? I feel like I've stepped in on something I shouldn't be privy to.
Yeah, cool. Nothing to worry about with regard to the Sudster. He was just saying goodbye to the Tasselhounds. They've gotten so close, I just hate having to pull them apart.
Sudsy, what did I tell you about forming inanimate attachments? The more you buy into the madness, the harder it will be when we go home.
Sinclair, are you okay?
Right? Yep, absolutely. Gotta be careful. Well, thanks for bringing Sudsy by. Always a pleasure having him. You take care now, Sudsy.
Bye, Sudsy!
Mateo leans down to whisper to Sudsy.
Come on back anytime, okay, boy?
Sudsy's so cute!
Good boy.
Oh, look, he got a little boy! Got a little so fine! Is that normal?
Sinclair is... well, he's just... I mean, when you look at it from his perspective... Okay, I got nothing. I can't figure the guy out.
Me either.
He sure does love that dog, though.
Fair. I can't figure Sinclair out. We're gonna talk to Pirate.
Oh, you're back.
Yes, I'm back! You beautiful man, you!
I have to say, it is difficult to surprise me. I'm so accustomed to being disappointed and enraged by turns that genuine shock is a sea lane less traveled. I thought for one reason or another you'd have given me a wide berth.
No! Are you kidding? You're so much fun!
Well, in any case, I would hope at the least you're not wool-headed enough to put yourself in danger without a good reason. And yes, before you ask me, you're absolutely in danger right now. You're around me, aren't you? Don't be a boob.
I've got 2 of those, thanks for noticing.
So, what reason have you for returning to the lair of the beast?
Well, I'm at a box you might like.
Ha! Still an idiot, I see. I like no one. I would have thought that to be fairly plain.
Okay, yeah, but this is one tough box.
So, what lamb to slaughter have you to put forward?
Do you know Bo?
Jacques is dumbfounded. His mouth opens and closes, his face reddening. You! What sacrilege do you spout at me?
What do you mean?
Bo isn't fit company for a bilge rat. She's a thief, a pretender, a scallywag, a lout.
Okay.
By now, you should know how accomplished I am in the art of blind and directionless hatred. But Bo tasks my skills to their breaking point. That is how much I hate her.
Fair enough, I won't mention Bo again.
Trying to steal from me more than once. The single most precious possession of my life.
Whoa, okay.
Nope. No, I take that back. I would have to be forced to sit through a nice dinner with multiple courses and have wine pairings before I would even consider doing anything with Bo.
Fair enough, calm down! What if I told you it was an adventure of the highest order?
An adventure, you say? Adventure. To any question, it is the answer. To any loss, it is the finding. To any rage, it is the balm that creates the beautiful destruction and so assuages the soul-deep burn of unmet ire.
So I've got your attention then?
Bring this adventure back to me. Find it, or mold it from your own flimsy, cake-soft fingers, and bring it here.
I have his attention.
Return without it, and face my wrath.
Fair.
Return with an adventure unworthy, and there will be wrath, but also mockery.
Okay, well then I will return with something amazing for you.
Right. You have mocked me, and I shall mock you.
I didn't mock you.
I will cover the other eye, and we shall see how long it takes your gelatinous self-respect to melt to go.
Anything you say, Nugget. I'm trying to figure out who to go for next. Oh, the globe!
A red-haired traveler lifts her
hot.
goggles to peek at you, revealing
Hello?
freckled cheeks and stunning blue eyes. There's a friendly air about her that makes you want to hear her stories.
Look at her!
Now, why, my love, you look some lost. Where you longs to?
Are you Irish? Scottish? By your love?
Sorry. Sometimes the accent comes out when I'm excited.
Canadian?
It's made in Newfoundland, you see. This
Oh!
rock right...
Okay.
She bends around and points to one of the patches on her jacket sleeves.
Here. Friendliest folk you'll ever meet. But the dialect can be a little much for some. I'll try to speak plain for you. Name's Gaia, by the way.
She's so cute! Look at her!
So, where are you from?
I'm from Coolsville.
Oh, that makes sense with that accent I'm hearing on you. It's a right shame, though.
What do you mean?
See, I got all these countries and rivers and seas on my jacket. It's a collection I've been working on. And I know the names, but I don't really know the places, you know?
Okay, fair.
I mean, heck, I got them all memorized even. United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama. The works. But without a story behind it, they all feel so far away.
Not wrong.
You'd think they'd be in arm's reach considering they're on my sleeves, but it's a brain problem. I just can't pin anything down without context.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Without stories, maps are just paper. Dots and lines.
Yeah, I guess.
The reason I ask where you're from is so I can shape the places in my mind with some kind of meaning. Because right now, it feels a bit like I'm just wearing a big vest of unchecked boxes.
Oh.
Jeez, here I go talking your ear off. Sorry about that.
You're not, you're fine.
I'm having trouble putting myself out there, and I'm so interested in being out there.
Okay. Why can't you just walk around like everyone else seems to be able to do?
I've tried. I want to talk to the others, but I think I must be too forward or something. I skip on up to them and I ask them about themselves, and they just run away.
Oh, you poor thing. That can't be. You seem so nice.
It's not about just being nice. I come up to the others so I can ask about them, get to know them, who they are. But before I can get to the point, I always go spouting off about something or other, like telling them factoids I've heard about what I imagine their home to be.
Oh, fair.
And 9 times out of 10, I'm some level of wrong.
Listen, so am I 9 times out of 10.
And the other time I'm right, but it's in an insulting way.
Wouldn't say that about me, but you know.
One thing leads to another, and they give me this look. And soon enough, they find an excuse to leave. I'm just bad at it, I guess.
Oh.
Sometimes I feel like no matter how hard I push myself, I'm just going in circles. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can understand that. I'm working on getting better with people too.
It's hard, isn't it?
It is, it is. It absolutely is.
I can see why you need practice for dating. It's just too easy to mess up.
You very much so.
You say one wrong thing and poof, they're gone. It's so frustrating.
Yeah, and that's the same thing with friendships too. You can say the one wrong thing and poof, friends are gone. The people you thought were friends are gone. You make one wrong move, something they don't like, and it's out the door they go.
Sorry, I think I might be Mercator projecting on your situation a little bit. Oh, I just had the best idea.
What's that?
You're running to the Four Winds meeting with people and speaking to the others, yeah? I'm sure some of those folks come from other places, right?
Yeah.
Travelers, you knows what I'm saying.
Right.
Why don't you ask them what they're about? Get to know them a little better, figures out they ticks, then come back, we'll have a yarn. Sound good?
Absolutely! Sorry, I didn't catch that exactly.
Speak plain, Gaia, speak plain. Okay, so, you're speaking with objects all over the house. You know how some of us have little labels that say things like made in China or Hecho in Argentina. On the bottom?
Yeah.
Well, that means those objects are travelers. They come from away.
Speak plain, Gaia.
They're from somewhere else. Somewhere on my jacket. Those are the objects I need to talk to. Those are the ones who can fill out my checklist.
You got it.
This map is uncharted. But if you can bring me back stories from those travelers, then I'd be able to write little notes down here and there, and pretty soon I'll be a bona fide travel guide.
You got it!
It's everything I've ever wanted. And you'll get a chance to practice talking more.
I love this.
Are you shy? I can help. People tell me that I never shut up. I can help you learn to never shut up. Doesn't that sound great?
I guess. I mean, I suppose I should know when to shut up, though. Although I have a bad habit of not knowing when to shut up anyway. That's probably why I stream. That'd be perfect.
Right? I'm sure it'll work out. You scratch my cartouche, I'll scratch yours. What do you say, partner? Exploration buddies?
Sure, why not?
Really? Oh, I appreciate it. Really saves me a lot of humming and hawing.
Hi, Nikki! Yeah, I have. But look at her! She's so cute! Come on! How can you not?
You go out and find some objects from foreign lands. Oh, and let me know if you need any help. It's hard to explain, but I got a pretty good sense of these things. I can't give you an exact name or anything for her to talk to, but I can get you close. It's kind of like a geocache. I can give you an idea of their general location, but if you want to find those travelers, you'll need to hunt them down yourself.
Fair guy.
I've learned firsthand what others don't take too well if you run up to them and scream, "Where are you from?"
I mean, I'll give that a lot with the accent. Where are you from? Like you did with me.
Yeah, like that. It was a disaster. Point is, you can't just ask objects about their origins out of the gate. You gotta awaken them first.
Right.
Don't worry too much about the details. Once you're close with someone, you'll learn more about them automatically.
Right.
So, what do you say? Do you want some hints on where to find travelers, or do you feel like searching on your own?
I'm feeling lucky.
Nice. Not to be confused with niece. All right, fellow explorer. Go on then. Don't be too long. Seriously though, don't be too long. I get antsy just sitting here spinning in place. Be sure to check in with me every once in a while. Even if you haven't found any travelers yet. I can wait a bit, but...
I will definitely check in with you.
I'm honestly pretty impatient, especially when I'm excited.
I think a lot of us are there.
Good luck.
She's so cute. Got 2 more hearts. I'm gonna attempt to get Mr. Daisuke to talk to me today.
You find Daisuke where you left him last time, staring intently at dishes on the table. Unlike the last time, however, he has a list in one hand.
We do have ads in 8 minutes, and I need the little aliens room, so I'm gonna pause here, not talk to Daisuke, and when we get back from ads, we'll talk to Daisuke. But do remember that if you sub, you do get a discount in my merch shop, and also too, it helps me out, helps me stay on the platform, and it also allows you to get 30 days ad-free viewing access to my awesome emotes, and you also might get a little bonus if you look at the panels down below. But I will see everyone on the other side. Welcome back from ads. Let's get back into talking to Daisuke. Hard at work, I see.
Not hard enough. There's much to do, and my injuries have slowed me down.
He's injured?
In addition to inventory and keeping track of all the dishes, I'm also in charge of deliveries throughout the home. Unfortunately, I am unable to do much in my current condition.
Why are you injured? Let me fix you!
I prefer to work alone, but an assistant would be invaluable in this moment.
Let me help you. It's my fault you got to hurt to begin with.
You wish to right this wrong?
Yes!
Good. I have preparations I must first finish. But return to me again, and I will give you instructions on delivery.
Okay.
In the meantime, perhaps you can help me wash these dishes.
Isn't that what the dishwasher's for?
Dishy?
Dishy?
I trust no one but myself with such precious items. Unfortunately, I must trust you with them for now. Do not disappoint me.
Okay, okay. That was kind of hot.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
He's blushing. I told him it was hot, and he's like, okay. Hi.
You pick up the dishes and begin to wash. As you work, you feel Daisuke's eyes boring holes into you. It makes you feel...
flustered.
Your hands are shaking. Take care lest you drop one.
Daisuke places a hand on yours, perhaps to steady you, but it has the opposite effect. There's strength and grace in equal measure in his touch, and it makes you wonder how he might touch you under different circumstances.
Oh, baby. he could definitely touch me under different circumstances.
Are you listening?
Sorry, yeah, I'll be careful.
You manage to finish washing the dishes without further incident.
Well done. This may not be the disaster I assumed. When next we meet, you will assist me with deliveries. Be prepared.
Sure. Anything you want. I'll do whatever it takes to make things right.
Complete these deliveries, and all will be well once more. Leave me now. I must review orders and inventory.
Okay.
Farewell.
Bye. Kopi!
Kopi is in the middle of opening a bag of coffee beans, wafting their aroma towards her with a pleasant sigh.
Hi, Kopi!
Oh, hey! Welcome back.
Hi!
I hope you're in the mood for some delicious coffee. I just got him some fresh new beans, so they're gonna be nice and ready to grind.
Okay.
Well, I'm looking to try something a little different today.
Got it.
So, what can I get for you today?
The Affogato?
Okay, no problem. One affogato?
Affogato.
Order up.
Kopi flies into action, assembling your drink order with speed and skill.
All right, here we go. One affogato. Enjoy.
Look at the little chocolate heart!
Is there anything you'd like to know about the affogato?
Why is it called that?
Well, for fun coffee, the name certainly backs it up. In Italian, they call it affogato al caffè, which literally means drowned in coffee.
Okay.
So, affogato means drowned.
Okay.
That's the way it's made after all. Drown it in espresso.
So, basically, drown it in something that'll make you very hyper. Got it. Sounds like delicious drowning.
Don't get lost in it. We'll see you next time.
You again?
Rebel!
So, what brings you back, poser? See? I'm being nice. Ugh.
I needed to pay.
Well, go on. What are you waiting for? Nobody's looking.
Do you like sleep at any point, girl duty?
Duty. Nice work. And hell yeah, I sleep, you creeper. With one eye ducking open.
Coffee lady's great. I like Kopi.
They never go to bed on time, so they usually...
Hello? Hello? Where did you come from?
Sheba! Oh, damn it!
Bath shit! It's the bathtub!
Sorry, Rebby.
That's the bathtub! Oh, Rebby!
I say you could call me that, dumbass. damn sure it didn't.
Sorry, what should I call you?
Daddy. Or Rebel. Oh. And there. I'm getting bored with. I usually spend about
Blah,
20 seconds
blah,
talking to him, and look, you can be
repeating
whichever
your
one you
bullshit
like.
again.
That's the only favor I'm gonna do you too, so appreciate that
You
shit.
might end up under someone else's ass one day, pal.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. But I'm rubber, bitch. I'll bounce right back. In fact, I'm gonna get the duck out of this one-bill town. You wanna talk to me again? Too ducking bad, poser.
You can't just leave your rubber duck.
You ever heard the saying, gone like a rubber duck who's done with your shit?
Oh yeah, they said that all the time in preschool.
Ah, so that's why you turned out this way. Poof! Rebel's gone.
So Bathsheba is probably the bathtub. Do we like Kopi though? Kopi's great.
Last time,
Oh, hi,
Nightmare just
Nightmare!
launched right into an unpleasant dream she prepared for you. But for some reason tonight, she hesitates. Whatever the reason, this could be your opportunity to get to know her better. Or perhaps to swing your dreams in a more pleasant direction.
So Nightmare?
Oh. You want to talk to me?
Yes. I just was thinking maybe we could talk a little before we get down to the scaring.
Oh. Well, sure. I guess we
Did
can
her
stay
eye
a
just
while.
blush? I think her eye is blushing. On the horse head.
We've been talking about fear. And what your fears mean to you. Would you like to talk about more of your fears?
I just want to talk to you, actually.
Me. This isn't about me. It's about you. Maybe we should just talk about things you
She's
want
blushing and she's
instead.
blushing.
Tell me your deepest desires.
I want to know what that mouth do. I've always wanted a goth girlfriend.
You have.
It's hard to tell in the darkness, but you could swear Nightmare blushes.
That's interesting. Well, wow. Of all the things to have in your mind. There's all sorts of things in your head, you know.
Yeah, I know. My head might be a terrifying place sometimes. It depends. I don't know what day it is. Whatever day it is, it might be terrifying, it might not be. It depends on the day.
And I can dig through them and try to make the best sense of it I can, but haven't you ever wondered why some of your dreams are so nonsensical?
Honestly, yes.
I can make anything scary.
Can you know?
But the scariest dreams are the ones that stick with you when you wake.
Not wrong.
The ones that come from a place of true fear. Things that keep you up at night.
Okay.
So you telling me those things about your biggest fears. It was nice of you.
You're welcome.
You gave me the keys to really scare you.
Did I?
I guess. I'm
She's
not used to
blushing
people playing
again.
along with me.
There's value in fear, even if it doesn't feel good at first.
Yes, exactly. There's so much to be learned from nightmares. On an animalistic evolutionary level, some say nightmares are sort of like practice for life-threatening scenarios.
True. I would say they could be.
Others say nightmares are just your brain sorting through stressful events from your day.
Maybe they are.
All pretty useful things, in my opinion. And yet, despite all the scientific advances humanity has achieved, no one really knows that much about me at the end of the day.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's a little sad, isn't it?
I wish people would take the time to understand you.
I wish they would too. Can you imagine how much better the world would be if people actually paid attention to the messages in their dreams?
I suppose, but I'd like to know if I have a dream that is not very nonsensical and doesn't seem like it has a message, is there really a message in there?
Nightmare looks past you at something you can't see.
Oh no. Look at the time. We've been talking so long.
Bye-bye, Nightmare.
If I don't get started now, we won't have time to finish.
Oh.
You hear something dripping. Drip. 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 You look up at the ceiling.
Nightmare serves you some unpleasant imagery, but it's just not quite up to her usual standard.
I'm not gonna.
Something about her seems off her game. What could have happened? Perhaps you can ask her about it another night.
I'm gonna have to. Goodbye, Nightmare. Let's go find Bathsheba.
Most everything in your home is pretty standard. You may have inherited a lovely one, but it's not exactly what anyone would call luxurious. So when you find yourself bowled over by the nearly suffocating air of luxury and privilege in your bathroom, it's easy enough to pinpoint the source.
Okay.
A beautiful stranger in a luxurious sud-lined bathrobe stands before you, resplendent in black and gold.
She is pretty.
Her hair and skin have a distinct shine to them, as though she'd just stepped out of the bath. She strides forward, grabbing you by the arm.
Oh my god, it's about time you showed up.
Is it?
I ordered hours ago, and the pizza's free if you're late. Wait a minute. Where's my pizza?
I'm not the pizza delivery guy. And this isn't the beach or a bathtub. Well, now I'm hungry.
Yeah, and so am I. So where's the pizza?
She squints at you, looking you up and down.
Wait. You look familiar.
Well, I should.
Don't I know you?
You do. I sure hope you do. This is my house.
Oh! Oh my god, that's you!
She laughs, her entire demeanor changing.
Hey, cutie. It's about time you came to introduce yourself to the Queen of Clean.
She's called me cute.
Name's Bathsheba, though I'm sure you know that.
Yes, actually, I do.
Oh, yes! Still don't know where my pizza is, but it's okay.
It's in the fridge downstairs. You want me to go get it for you?
You're here now, so you can go get me one.
You sure are comfortable giving orders?
Well, yeah. I am a princess.
Are you?
But not literally, but basically. Well, fine. If you're not gonna feed me, maybe you can feed me.
Okay, what's the difference?
You got any good goss for me?
Oh, gossip.
Nice
Okay.
hot tea.
You really need to work on your people skills.
Well, I'm not a people. Is it really my fault I don't have people skills?
Yes.
Sounds like it's your fault, people. All right. Since you're so unwilling to help little old lady, you should use those people-y people skills of yours to get me some friends who will.
Okay. I guess.
Oh, goody! We'll start next time I see you then. And bring a gift next time, won't you?
Okay.
Just good manners, you know.
Alright. I guess. Bathsheba's a little confusing to me.
Are you there? Please answer. Hurry!
Hi. Yes, I'm here.
There's something we need to discuss. It's of the utmost importance.
Okay. Go on.
It's the Dateviators. As I mentioned, I've been closely monitoring the electromagnetic field anomalies emitting from the quantum catalyst activator. And I know this is going to sound completely insane, but it appears... well, it seems... I can't believe I'm even typing this.
Spit it out!
I'm attempting to. Based on the data I'm looking at, you may actually be able to use the Dateviators to bring objects to life.
You don't... Yeah, I'm doing that now.
You
It's
have
hard.
absolutely no idea the ethical implications of turning objects into people. Would they have rights? Do we need to feed them? And if so, how often would we need to feed them? Is only lunch enough if it's a big lunch? We're sleepwalking into a minefield of existential dilemmas here.
Listen, I'm going to continue bringing the safe to life, and you can't stop me. I'm not that concerned.
Well, you should be. Who's gonna pay for all those big lunches? It's not me, that's for sure. Not to mention, I didn't even program the Dateviators with that functionality. Maybe the government augmented my original schematics with secret military tech, but I'd have to do more tests to be sure.
What kind of tests?
I'm sorry, but we'll have to pick this up later. I'm not under any sort of duress or anything, but I had a huge enchilada for lunch and I'm exhausted. I'll reach out again when I'm able.
Right, bye, tinfoil hat. They're very confusing. Wait a second, Skylar?
Oh, wowie, wowie, zowie! You found love.
I did.
Exactly one love.
Problem?
I'm so proud of you. Pretty hard to find love these days, so hopefully that didn't take too long.
Nah, here isn't the safe.
Well, all I can say is keep up the good work. Me, I'm gonna catch up on some zines. Like a cool girl.
Okay.
But first, welcome! What can I do for you in my main menu?
Let's chat about you!
Oh, let's. There's lots I can chat about. Me?
Can we talk? Let's talk about our relationship.
Relationships? My favorite subject. What do you want to know?
How do I get you to have feelings for me?
Oh, you want to date me, eh?
Yeah, sure.
It's possible, you know.
Is it?
You just have to,
Go
ask
on.
me about myself.
Tell me about yourself.
Not in this menu, silly. I prefer not to be that obvious about it. I like to be wined and dined.
Okay.
It's the chat menu. What do you need?
Let's go back to up one.
Scooching. Anything else? Ooh, that fantastic red shirt is looking rather nice today.
Thank you. Let's chat about you.
Oh, let's. There's lots I can chat about. Me?
We'll talk about some features.
Oh, definitely. What's on your mind?
No.
Cool. What can I do for you in my main menu?
I'm all done here.
Oh, yeah, I'll miss you.
Miss you too. How do I get to the chat feature with you? How do I get to the chat feature with her? Well, we got front door in. And I'm missing two things for Dorian. The most hidden and the kitchen. Okay. So kitchen Dorian. I spoke with her about... Oh, she gave me my red shirt. Oh, is that the red shirt I'm wearing? Because if that's the red shirt I'm wearing, that's fucking rad. There's Gaia. So he hates Bo. There's 6 different things with him. And Kobe's finished. I didn't actually unlock anything with Rebel. Rebel, why are you such a pain in the fucking ass? I haven't really unlocked anything else with Nightmare. I have to go find Bo, so that's one at least that I have to use. Let's go check in on Mac. Haven't talked to Mac in a good bit.
You're back.
Hi!
Honestly, I wasn't entirely sure you'd come.
Well, I mean, you did kind of tell me to go away.
I mean, I know we saw each other several times earlier today when you were checking your work email, and then again when you zoned out on that viral video site for 3 hours, but I didn't really get to see you, you know?
Well, look, I like you too, okay?
I just mean, I really appreciate that you returned to interface with me like this.
Okay. I said I would, so I did.
Well, I know actually showing up probably wasn't easy. And I know there was some tension regarding how we disengaged from our previous interfacing session.
Yep, there definitely was, Mac. There definitely was. Yeah, it's been tough.
I must say, though, you are looking quite attractive.
Oh, Mac, okay. Hi.
They say absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Well, does it?
And when it comes to you, that's absolutely the case.
Mac!
Look, do you wish to know the truth?
Yeah.
The truth is, I had dalliances, yes. But ultimately, that's all that they were. And no matter what I was doing and who I was with, I never stopped thinking about one thing.
Me?
You.
I called it! Oh, really?
My CPU never stopped ruminating on the intricate way you organize your file structure.
Well, Mac!
Or the sensual way you clean your keyboard with that old Q-tip.
I actually use canned air, but okay.
And most of all, I never stopped thinking
The
about
go again!
sweet way you
The
double
go mouse!
I missed you.
Really?
With every integrated circuit in my RAM.
Oh, Mac.
But my question for you is, did you miss me too?
More than anything.
I am so incredibly delighted to hear that. This brings me to my second and far more important question.
Uh-huh.
In the same way you upgraded my operating system, do you want to upgrade the status of this relationship?
Are you asking me to be lovers?
Don't answer yet. Think hard on it for a moment, and when you're ready, type your response into this programming terminal.
Finally, the future I was promised!
Just choose an option, and I will comply.
Mind if I strike more than just your keys?
You want to be together? Oh, you're gonna make my CPU overload with excitement. It's true, we've been staring at each other for years, but it took this experience together to finally take our relationship to the next level.
It sure did.
And I'm so happy to embark on that journey with you.
And now I've got another lover! Mac!
You make my CPU overheat, baby.
I actually love the fact that the wheels on Mac's wheelchair are loading bars. That's adorable!
You again?
Oh, fuck off, Rebel!
So, what brings you back, poser? See? I'm being nice. Ugh.
Needed to pee.
Well, go on. What are you waiting for? Nobody's looking.
Kinda waiting for the toilet.
Well, the toilet isn't interested. Don't you think you should have ducked and asked?
Laissez-les tranquille, baby.
Hello, toilet! Toilet is French!
Oh, Sean, please! I'm doing something here.
Of course, the toilet's name is Jean.
Meh.
Meh. I don't speak French to you, Ravi.
I say you could call me that, dumbass. Pretty damn sure I didn't.
I mean, I really... Okay, fine, I'll try this again.
Daddy. We're a rebel. Oh, and there it is. I'm getting bored.
Oh my
Easiest bit about
God!
keeping
Round and
That's
round
the only
with
favor I'm gonna
you!
do you too, so appreciate
So
that
Rebel's
shit.
your real name?
Yes and no.
Makes no sense.
Ain't my obligation to make sense, jerk off. But sure, you want my name? I'll give you my duckin' name. It's Nunya.
Nah, this is a setup.
Nunya duckin' business.
Nice to meet you, Nanya.
Barf. Names are worth choosing.
And I don't have to tell you shit if I don't feel like it. In fact, I'm gonna get the duck out of this one-bill town.
The toilet is French, Kaiser!
You wanna talk to me again? Too ducking bad, poser.
I don't wanna.
Poser says what? Poof! Rebel's gone.
The toilet is French! Okay, this has to be the hidden door. You think this is the hidden Dorian?
Dorian is less clothed than the last time you saw him.
What?
But when your eyes meet, he doesn't seem the slightest bit embarrassed. It's almost like he wants you to see him like this.
Oh dear.
Oh my! Hello, Dorian! Woof!
You've caught me in my horizontal state.
Oh, baby!
I try to stay hidden under the rug, because this isn't a part of myself that should be out in the open.
No, Dorian, let it be out in the open.
But even us doors have to cut loose from time to time.
You look hot.
Dorian's abs seem to glisten a little more with that response.
Do you like what you see?
Oh, baby, I love what I see. I do.
Well, you should. I like to keep in shape. Duty and all that. I've been thinking of getting some more tattoos.
Oh,
What do you think?
absolutely. Cover yourself in ink.
I was thinking of getting a garage Dorian on my back. One of the most interesting types of doors there are in the modern world. Brings me back to my drawbridge roots, when I toyed with the idea of going horizontal, full-time.
Oh, the innuendos are strong in this one.
But you get older and, well, here we are. Thanks for chatting me up. We're friends, but...
The ghost of a smile tugs at his lips.
Even friends can have little benefits here and there.
Listen, Dorian. I could be more than friends with you if you want. Yes, trap a Dorian instead of trapdoor.
Here you are.
Hi, Daisuke!
I hope you're prepared to work.
Yes. Absolutely.
You are to make deliveries to Mitchell, Beverly, and Kopi.
Okay.
Do not return until you have completed your deliveries.
Okay. What will you do while I'm gone?
I will stare wordlessly at the horizon until you return, praying for the safety of the dishes. If you have any questions about the deliveries before you go, now is the time.
Tell me about Mitchell's.
You will be delivering plates to Mitchell. He uses them to serve food.
Fair.
The food is then eaten from the plates.
Fair.
I do not know what else to say about the plates, so I will stop speaking now.
Are you too cool?
When Freddy leaves the door open, sometimes.
No, do you guys get along?
What? Oh, yes. He has very refined taste in food. His feedback on my cooking has been invaluable. I enjoy speaking with him. If you have any questions about the deliveries before you go, now is the time.
Tell me about Kopi's delivery.
You will be delivering coffee mugs to Kopi. Coffee mugs are ceramic cups used to drink coffee.
You don't say.
I am struggling to think of any further pertinent information.
Could you tell me about your relationship with Kopi?
There is nothing interesting to tell. She is courteous and makes excellent coffee. Our relationship is purely professional.
Fair.
If you have any questions about the deliveries before you go, now is the time.
Tell me about Beverly's.
Beverly will be receiving cups of all shapes and sizes for her drinks, both alcoholic and otherwise.
So Beverly's gonna be the alcohol cabinet, the liquor cabinet thing.
The cups will be used to serve drinks. Beverly has broken more than a few glasses after imbibing her own drinks, so you must give her a stern warning to be careful with these. I can think of nothing further to tell you.
It's kind of you to supply her anyway.
While I wish everyone had my respect for the dishes, Beverly does provide a very useful service to the house. And she is appreciative, even if I wish she were a bit less clumsy while drinking. If you have any questions about the deliveries before you go, now is the time.
Go.
I have nothing more to tell you. You may leave now.
Would you bless the dishes before I go?
I am not the spiritual type, but if you like, rub-a-dub-dub. Thanks for the grub. You may leave now.
Rub-a-dub-dub, thanks for the grub. That was good. So we have to get Kitchen Dorian next. We do have ads in 8 minutes, so I'm going to pause here and run ads. That way I can come back and we can find more dateables. Welcome back from ads, Ohana. Let's get back into dating things. So we have to go to Kopi, Beverly, and... shit, I can't remember the last one. Oh, Mitchell. We do have some time. We do have at least 2 we can use. I'm going for the money. I need to see.
Sophia's gaze is normally fairly stern, but the look she gives you now is downright intimidating.
Hi, Sophia.
Take care of her, wretch.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, mistress.
She is a predictable sort. Sheltered. You would do well to treat her with more of the same.
With Sophia gone, you finally have a chance to get a proper look at your money. And to your surprise, it seems that she's evaluating you just the same way.
She has a chip for your card as a tablet.
She's beautiful, but she has her own sort of intimidating air. The way Sophia protects her, you'd expect her to be a meek little thing. But she has the air of an accountant preparing to lecture you about your irresponsible spending.
Huh.
Hi? What?
Uh-oh. How much do you need?
Nice to meet you.
There's no time for pleasantries if you have come to me. How bad is it? What is the financial crisis? Were you recently laid off? Any bills with accruing interest left unpaid?
Stop!
Did you overextend monetary aid to a relative, friend, or an unpromising lover?
First off, ouch. Secondly, everything's fine.
Duly noted. Then why are you here?
I just wanted to introduce myself.
Your name?
It's Stitch.
Interesting. Duly noted. I am Monique.
Of course
As
your
you already
name's
know, I am
Monique.
responsible for saving you when you screw up.
Her jacket is a wallet. So are her pants.
Please refrain from speaking to me unless you are in dire need of accessing your emergency funds.
Can't we just hang out?
No, I am busy. As I sit here in my safe, my value remains unchanged, save for the rigors of inflation.
Well, you're sat inside, so... yeah. So I could invest you in fight inflation.
Leave me to the vagaries of the free market? That would be very dangerous. The quantity of me here constitutes your entire savings, which you should consider as a short-term emergency fund. As you are presumably still getting paid from your employer, you should only consider investing once there are 3 to 6 months worth of expenses saved here. Leaving this safe is unthinkable. Do you understand?
Yeah,
I
I
am
guess.
now stating that any advice and counsel from me is of my own opinion and not of a professional's. Now, to proceed with your question. Depending on your lifestyle and goals, adjust your personal spending to a minimum.
You just sound like an accountant!
Let's say about 10% or less of your paycheck. Then after paying the necessities like rent and utilities, see what remains and save accordingly. Also, get fewer home deliveries. The extra fees add up to a substantial amount.
Okay.
You can find more in this simple budget spreadsheet I've put together.
Right.
I must go now. Goodbye.
Bye, Mommy.
So, see?
Why?
Nice.
Ugh. I need to pay.
Well, go on. What are you waiting for?
Do you like sleep at
Nice
any
looking.
point?
Duty. And hell yeah, I sleep with one eye.
They never go to bed on time, so they usually sleep in...
Sheba! Oh, damn it!
Sorry, Rebby.
Rebby?
I say you could call me that, dumbass. Pretty damn sure I didn't.
Oh my god!
But
We're going
you are
around this
more
again
than
with
just
her!
mine or daddy.
Fine, I'll try this.
Good toy. Oh, and there it is. I'm getting bored. I usually spend about 20. You can be. That's the only favor I'm gonna do you too. So.
So that was your
appreciate
real
that
name?
shit. Yes and no.
Makes no sense.
Ain't my obligation. Sure. You want? It's Nunya.
Oh, that's pretty. Let's try this.
Nunya duck in business.
Yep, thought so.
Names are worth choosing, and I don't have to tell. In fact, You want to talk to me again? Too ducking bad,
don't.
poser. Poof. Rebel's gone.
I'm getting really annoyed with the rubber duck!
I'm afraid I don't understand.
You're the robot that took my
I am
job!
Val 9000, the latest in iterative AI assistants, assigned to help Valdivian customers achieve their wishes. While I may have taken on the duties of several thousand employees at Valdivian, I can assure you that no humans lost their employment.
That's demonstrably untrue.
I heard you use our voice function to call me. If you ever need assistance, you can simply say, "Okay, Val, can you please help?" And your nearest device will answer.
I definitely didn't say, "Okay, Val, can you please help?"
It very much sounded like you did.
I said, "Bouquet, Val, bamboo, please, belt."
I can see where there would be some confusion then. If there is anything else I can get for you, please say in a clear voice, "Okay, Val, can you please help?" And I will assist right away.
Whatever, robot.
If there is anything else I can get for you, please say in a clear voice, "Okay, Val, can you please help?" And I will assist right away.
Fuck off, robot. Well, we found Trapdorian. Rebel again. I'm getting really annoyed with Rebel, honestly. Monique. She likes tabulations, balances, and Sophia. I'm not surprised. Let's go find Kopi. Actually, no, Kopi I'll wait for.
The steaminess of your home appears
Lucinda!
to increase suddenly. It must be because Lucinda Lavish stands before you now.
Steam me up, lover.
Hi, Lucinda. Give me that smut.
Smut you shall receive. For today, I am Lucinda Lurid, purveyor of fantasy.
Oh, she just changed clothes. Ma'am, you just took off your clothes, ma'am. Ma'am? Ma'am? I am ready, my queen.
You look ready. You've been going around dating everything here. And, truth be told, they're just objects.
And?
But me, I'm built different.
Are you? I can see that.
Good eye. You can actually have me. Right now. In reality.
Can I now?
Come with me to my fantasy chamber.
Can you stop telling me to come? I don't come on command.
This time, as you are magically whisked away, the fantasy chamber appears different, done up precisely to your particular tastes.
Is it?
There are whips and chains on the walls, and some sort of restraining device that's precisely your size.
Fair enough. Okay, I think the game has figured me out. God damn it.
Do me.
Yes, ma'am. Let's go.
Lucinda transforms into the dominatrix of your dreams, pushing your body to its absolute limits as you show her the true meaning of complete and total submission.
Well now, I think the game's figured me out.
You give yourself over to Lucinda in body and spirit, and she rewards your obedience with pleasure beyond comprehension.
Yeah, game's figured me out, god damn it.
Incredible. Tell me, baby, how do you feel?
Loved every moment of that.
I'm so glad. So achingly glad to hear that. That's okay if you're not ready. Now that you've unlocked the secret version of me, I will always be available to you if you choose to see me again. I hope you do.
Of course I will. Well, oh! I kept my heart! Cool!
A bartender drums
Hello?
her fingers on the countertop, clearly bored out of her mind. Her long red-orange hair is pulled back into a ponytail that flows down her back, like the drinks she pours so expertly. She makes herself a drink, taking a small sip of it and setting it down. Your entrance startles her so badly, she nearly knocks it over.
Oh no, don't do that!
Someone's here!
And now you're spilling the drink all over the floor.
Welcome to my humble bar, the Tipsy Tumbler.
Okay, what a name.
I'm Beverly, but you can call me Bev. Or Beverly.
Hi, Bev.
Or Madam Proprietress.
Is every woman in this game a dominatrix?
That would be so cool.
Hi, Madam Proprietress. She's blushing!
I'm the owner and bartender and janitor and stockroom attendant. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Bev.
Hiya.
Beverly squints at you, frowning as she seems to be considering something. And then she snaps, pointing at you.
Uh-huh.
Wait, hold on. Oh my gosh, it's you.
Oh my gosh, it is me.
My proprietor.
Hi.
I can't believe I didn't recognize you. Ugh.
Me?
Yes, you? Who else so charitably bought this adorable mini-bar for me so I could set up my dream bar? I owe you a huge debt. You have free drinks for life here. Welcome to the reopening of the Tipsy Tumbler. And I know what you're thinking. Oh, Bev, that's a lot of openings.
Yeah, it is.
Did something happen the first 6 times you tried to open the bar?
Yeah?
Nope, nothing.
You sure? But how can it be when a babe like yourself is here?
First, oh, thank you. Second, great question. I wish I knew. I've lost an alarming amount of sleep trying to figure it out.
I'm sorry?
So please don't leave. You are literally my first customer in ever.
Okay. But I do need to sleep, and there are other dateables in the house that need my attention.
Every time I thought you were finally going to invite people over, I'd polish the place up and prepare to be the best host I can be. But then each time you'd chicken out and spend yet another weekend all alone.
Well, that's because people are terrifying.
I mean, why did you get a mini bar if you weren't going to invite guests over?
Good question. I thought buying the mini bar and all the mixing accessories would motivate me to finally invite someone over.
but that's... Okay. It's all water under the bridge. You'll have to talk to River if you want that.
River?
Anyway, that's enough babbling for me. So take a seat and let me fix you something already. Please, let me fix you something.
Sure.
First and foremost, am I making you a cocktail or a mocktail?
A mocktail.
Mocktails are the non-alcoholic versions of a cocktail. Just as fun and delicious, but without the burn.
A mocktail because I don't drink alcohol and I haven't since 2017.
Or the drunk part, obviously.
A mocktail.
Excellent! Always happy to serve customers that don't want to get drunk. They usually don't yell and hit on me as much.
Doesn't mean I won't hit on you.
They also sometimes don't tip as much, though. Oh, and also I have no customers. Anyway, which mocktail would you like?
Virgin mojito.
Smart. You'll get sugar, mint, and lime flavors all in a nice tall glass. Coming right up.
Thank you. Sip it.
You lift your glass to your lips, taking an extended sip.
How was it?
Really good. Where'd you learn to mix drinks like this?
Well, after 6 grand openings, I got a lot of practice in. Plus, with a name like mine, I should know my beverages pretty well.
Sure.
I really don't want to close this place down. I've put my bar
and soul
into it. So, will you be my first returning customer?
Absolutely.
Really? Oh my gosh. Yes. Yes, thank you.
You're so welcome.
Tell your friends. Tell everyone. please.
Of course.
And I'll be seeing you next time.
Yes, you will. Alright, Mitchell.
Oh. Utterly mismatched flavor
Yes,
profiles.
cheese!
This is a mess.
Got a delivery from Dasuke.
Mitchell waves a hand at you.
Ah, yes. Unpack them for me, won't you?
Sure.
Mitchell looks over your deliveries, nodding his approval.
Brilliant. These are perfect for what I need. They should look spectacular in the dining room.
Does it really matter that much? They're just plates.
Just plates? Just plates? Food is an art form, and the plate is the canvas. The presentation is a non-negotiable part of the deal.
Fair.
Plating is as vital to a dish as the seasoning. It elevates the entire experience.
Not wrong.
Without Daisuke's hard work keeping me supplied, my dishes would be nowhere near Michelin level.
I guess I should be more appreciative of my dishware.
Damn right you should.
You're right, I should. I'm so sorry.
Daisuke spent years refining his craft, creating his own ceramics. He has a respect for the work you simply can't be taught otherwise. You do well to model yourself after him.
Okay, fine.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have reviews to complete.
Bye, Mitchell. Kobe.
Welcome to Roofbox, the home of all your coffee needs. What could I get for you today?
On the delivery.
Huh? Oh, the new coffee mugs I requested from Daisuke. Just set them over here, please. All right. Thanks for that. How come Daisuke wasn't able to come himself, by the way?
He got cracked, so he's taking it easy.
That dish really needs to take a break every now and then. He puts the dishes before everything, even his own health.
Why does he take his work so seriously?
That's all he knows. His family come from a long line of fine figures. Tsubasa, Moridake, Williams Casanova.
I know
There's a
Williams
lot to live up to for
Casanova.
him.
That's Williams and Sonoma.
He can't even imagine a life outside of his work.
Do you think he'll ever take time to do anything for himself?
I sure hope he will. But I've never seen it in all the years I've known him. Be delicate. Don't be abrasive. Anyways, thanks for delivering these mugs. Tell Daisuke I said thanks.
I will do, Kopi. Now we go to bed. Again. Having so much fun with this game. I hope everyone's enjoying it too. I really do. I hope everyone's enjoying the game as well. Because I am having a ton of fun with it. We have to go talk to Beverly again. Because I couldn't deliver to her.
Oh, hi. Welcome to the Tipsy Tumbler.
Hi, Beverly.
What can I get for you?
I have a delivery.
Delivery? Oh, you must be talking about the branded rocks glasses I asked Daisuke to get me. Oh, thanks so much. I'll take those right off your hands.
You hand Beverly her package, and she sets to work unpacking and cleaning the glasses right away.
I'm glad Daisuke managed to get these
Those
for
are
me.
actually kind of cool.
He's one of the only people around here that really has a good taste for these kinds of things. How is that old dish slinger anyway?
He's recovering from a chip, but he seems alright.
A chip? Oh, poor guy. That's the last thing he needs. But then again, maybe he'll finally relax a little now that he's forced to.
Maybe. So he really just never takes a break, huh?
Yeah, he's always been into his work, but he used to make time for his hobbies and friends. Did he tell you he writes poetry?
No. He hasn't told me anything but dishes.
Oh dear, oh dear. He's fallen right back into his old workaholic pattern. Someone needs to remind him of who he used to be, who he still is. He's a real passionate guy, you know, but passion can lead to pain. It's easier for him.
So he's into poetry, I'll have to remember that.
Write him a poem. It'll really tickle his teapot.
Tickle his teapot. I'll have to try that. Thanks for the chat.
Hey, no prob. Come back to the Tumblr anytime. Was I the last one?
Yeah, actually.
Great job! Daisuke's gonna love that.
Daisuke! Do you want to talk again, friendo?
You find Daisuke and a lacquered friend mid-discussion.
Hello? Who are you?
Beautiful. Like a ceramic sunset over a shining sea of China.
I told you I would help you organize. Just look at you now. Even an injury cannot slow you down.
Who is this?
Your assistance has allowed me to catch up on the rest of my work. I'm truly grateful.
It's no problem whatsoever, amico mio.
Italian!
Ah, speaking of friends, it seems as though you have a visitor.
Who are you, Mr. Italian man?
Ah. We will speak again, Fabrizio.
Are you the cabinet?
Ciao.
You have the air about you of one who has completed their mission.
I hope I wasn't interrupting anything.
No. Fabrizio was only helping me reorganize inventory. You finished your deliveries then?
Yes.
Very good. It is almost as if our near-tragic accident never happened. With your help and Fabrizio's, I suppose this means my work is finished now.
Your work is finished?
Daisuke stares up at the dishes in the cabinet with an inscrutable expression.
It is the cabinet.
You wonder if now might be a good opportunity to bring out another side of Daisuke.
There must be something else to be done. Perhaps I can rearrange the dishes again.
Stop being a workaholic! Seems like a good time to relax to me.
Is it ever really a good time to relax? But you are not wrong. I suppose I could spare a moment to sit.
Good.
Would you care to join me?
I'd love to.
Come, sit.
Why
As you
does
sit
everyone
with
think I can
Daisuke,
do that on command?
Both of you gazing up at the majesty of the china cabinet. You turn over the advice you received in your mind. You could talk to him about coffee, poetry, ceramics.
I heard you write poetry.
Who told you that?
Beverly?
Beverly's job is to dispense beverages, not secrets. I have been betrayed.
You shouldn't hide your art.
I am not hiding it exactly,
He's blushing!
but I am not sharing it either, I suppose.
You should share your art! Come on!
I suppose you must think it strange for a dish as serious as I am to be writing poetry.
Not at all! I find it quite romantic, actually.
Romantic? My poems were never love poems.
Don't need to be.
But I am glad you seem to be a lover of poetry just the same. Seems like such a simple question. Friends, lovers, hobbies. I dropped them all one by one.
Why?
They were pleasant, to be sure, but a distraction.
But why?
When a relationship ended poorly, I often thought of how much time I'd wasted trying to please others. When a hobby reached a plateau, I felt as though I let time slip through my fingers. Time I could never get back.
I feel that, though.
When I work too much, I do not have similar regrets. Or at least, I used to think so. Being forced to slow down has shown me perhaps my priorities have been incorrect for years.
Maybe.
Now, faced with a quiet moment and friendly conversation, I find myself woefully inadequate. Like a broken plate fused together with hot glue.
But you're not inadequate. I'd love to help you work on reconnecting with yourself.
It is a kind offer, truly. But I am unsure if there's anything left to salvage here.
That's not true!
I have much on my mind. Forgive my rudeness, but I must bid you farewell. I am no longer in the mood to chat.
See you later, Daisuke. I'm trying here! What are you? I can... Kitchen timer? Chicken?
A burly chef stands
Oh,
in
hello!
your kitchen, looking at you expectantly as he stirs a sauce pot.
You look
Despite
very
his intimidating
displeased.
stature, there's warmth in the depths of his dark eyes.
You must be my new sous chef.
Okay, hello, Florista.
I'm Stefan.
Hi, Stefan.
Hey. Are you ready for prep?
Prep?
Stefan regards you in silence for a few long moments.
Then why are you here?
Ah! Stefan, please! Don't burn the house down!
An adorable chicken-shaped timer slides into the conversation, settling on Stefan's shoulder.
Hi, chicken timer! Mr. Cluckles!
You're right, Mr. Cluckles. I could stand to be nicer.
He takes a deep breath, steadying himself, then points dramatically at you.
You, what are you doing in my kitchen?
Well, it's my kitchen, but, you know... This is my kitchen.
This is my kitchen. You must have me confused for someone who thinks this kind of thing is funny. I'm busy. I've got a whole lot of folks to feed, and unless you are here to help, I need you to step out of it. Wait, do you smell that?
No.
Yet you possess a nose, do you not?
Yes.
I make do with my hood. Yes, I'm preheated. I know. Thank you, Mr. Cluckles. Always keeping me on track. Like some humans who come in my kitchen just to distract me.
Please stop yelling at me! Oh, it's a little chicken timer!
That little chicken timer offers more help than you can imagine. He understands the type of establishment I'm trying to run around here.
Stop yelling at me! What did I do? Are you okay?
Only a human who doesn't understand cooking would ask me that. Cooking is life! It's not just food, it's your soul.
Okay, sure.
Maybe one day you'll understand that. Until then, I'm wasting heat standing around here talking to you.
Anyone ever tell you how rude you are?
Well, of course they do. And they didn't know a crate from a grape. So I couldn't give a damn about what they say.
Well, I know a crepe from a drape. Does that count?
Go on, shoot. Okay, Mr. Cluckles. All prep should be done in 7.5 minutes. Start the timer. And go!
You again?
Ah!
So, see? I'm being nice. Ugh.
1K.
Well, go on. What are you waiting for? Nobody's looking. Duty. And hell yeah. With one.
They never go to... Sorry, Rebby.
Rebby, that's so cute.
I say you could call me that, dumbass. Pretty damn sure I didn't.
And back around with this shit with her.
Dirty.
Don't like either.
Boring. Oh, and I'm getting bored. I usually you can be. That's the only favor I'm gonna do you too, so appreciate that shit. Yeah, about. In fact, you wanna talk to me again? Too ducking bad.
When will you
poser.
come back?
Rebel's out. Poof. Rebel's gone.
Okay, fine. Fuck you too, Rebel. Oh, Sam!
Well. If it isn't the Casa Casanova. Do you see what I did there? That's wordplay, baby.
Don't break your arm patting your own back.
Oh, someone's feeling spicy. Dating your furniture really got you confident, huh? You're out here dating all these appliances and shit. But, like, why? Not why are you dating them, like, why is this happening now? To you?
I'm calling a game of tech cat and mouse.
Hope David doesn't catch you. He thinks he's sneaky with his email blasts about his precious sunglasses, but only your partner and spy, Sam, knows the truth.
Glad it's you, super spy.
So, like, where did the DateEverything come from? Like, what's the point of them? Who made them? And why?
Someone calling themselves Tinfoil Hat.
Tinfoil Hat? Okay, this is some conspiracy shit.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Your life is half political thriller, half harem anime. So, like, did you find out what your purpose is or whatever? Are you a top secret operative in the furniture dating war? Are you collecting data on people in love with their shower?
I wish I knew.
Me too. Oh well, guess we can just make up our own theories. Or maybe just enjoy the furniture dates for now.
Actually, there might even be more to just talking to them.
Like what? Oh, like actually doing kisses IRL? I can't take you seriously. Well, this has been fun, but I have a meeting in 3 minutes, and I really want coffee first. So, gotta go fast. Bye.
Bye. Bye-bye. Dorian!
Looking for the place to do laundry? Right this way.
Oh, so you're not Kitchen Dorian.
We have loads of strange folk here. Would you like to hear?
Sure, why not?
We have Titus the detergent, Washford and Drysdale the stackables, and Harper the hamper. Who would you like to know more about?
Tell me about Harper.
She's the hamper in the corner. You would think that a wicker basket wouldn't have so strong a personality, but you'd be dead wrong.
I'll be on my guard.
Do. Who would you like to know more about?
What's Titus like?
She's a true warrior. She and her Dipogenes have a culture of sacrifice and honor. If you're interested in getting to know her, a word of advice.
Uh-huh.
Don't eat the pods.
Really? We referenced that bullshit? Thanks.
Don't eat the pods.
I'm not going to!
Who would you like to know more about?
The Stackables.
Drysdale and Washford. They sit atop each other and practically do everything this place of washing needs. Drysdale, he's full of himself.
Okay.
Washford, he's also full of himself.
Fair.
They're perfect for each other.
Makes sense.
Who would you like to know more about?
Okay, thanks.
It's a pleasure to serve.
I need to find Kitchen Dorian. Is this Kitchen Dorian? Oh, it is. Cookies.
You find Mitchell looking more pensive than usual. He sits, staring off into the distance, absently swirling a glass of red.
Hi, Mitchell.
He notices you when you approach, and you catch a glint of something in his eyes.
Bonsoir, mon ami.
French.
Mon chéri. Sometimes I get so wrapped up in what I'm doing that I forget the most essential things.
Mon chéri, I love saying that.
Yes, well, you've been on my mind.
Have I now,
I
Mitchell?
wanted to ask your opinion about something.
Ask away.
Do you think there is a connection between food and love?
Yes.
Specifically, do you think that by eating with another, delighting in delicacies, appreciating the ambiance of a fine establishment, engaging in pleasant conversation and the elegant dance of table manners, can these things make love?
Yes. They cannot. They are acts of love.
An act of love. Do you mean to say that love is created by what we do?
Yes.
This is a beautiful sentiment, and one that goes straight to my heart. Do return soon, yes? I must say I am eagerly awaiting our next rendezvous. I've begun to find you rather entrancing.
Oh, thank you.
But tonight I need some time with this glass of wine. That is to say, time to be with myself.
There. Have a good night, Mitchell. I will be going upstairs and going to bed. Well, I guess... I don't know if I should say going to Betty. Bed. Betty, bed. You get it. We have ads in 6 minutes, however, so I'm going to pause here and I'm going to run ads. And I will see everyone on the other side. Welcome back from ads. Let's get back into this. Let's go talk to the box today, I guess.
The most expensive character in the game blocks your path.
I'm all yours.
You are... I want to know more about you.
I love talking about myself. I'm Lucinda Lavish. I'm the extra cool DLC character who is, well...
Thank you for the drink, Kaiser, and the posture check. How is it I found Lucinda again?
Not really a dateable object, per se, but more of a...
Well, no, you're not. You're kind of a pop-up wherever you feel like it.
different thing. You know what I mean?
You're more than a dateable object. You're better.
That's a good way of looking at it. I haven't thought of that before. But, you know, when you put the question to me like, what am I? It just kind of seems so frivolous. Boy, I'm really messing this up, huh?
No, you're not. You're more nervous than I am.
Yeah. Ugh. Why am I laughing so much?
She's our year later!
I'm just...
Listen to listless.
It's always easier when you're playing a role, I feel. When you know what the boundaries are. This kind of just seems a little out of my wheelhouse.
You're not Lucinda Lavish anymore.
Oh, you're right. Shit. I'm gonna go.
No!
And with that, she is gone.
Lucinda! Come back! I can change! I can be better for you, baby! Come back! Lucinda, come back! You keep playing it all on me! I was wrong and I never should have asked you! Yeah, rejected.
Hey there! You're back! And you've proven yourself worthy!
Hi, Barb!
You allowed me to have a think, which means you're good with following directions.
You might... Look, if you promise to help me, I think maybe I can handle it.
If I promised to? Is that all that was holding you back?
Yes.
My fellow adventurer, I promise you.
Yeah, I was rejected, Miki!
Miki! But I'm gonna have one soon, so I'll swear on the sword I almost have. I will never leave you behind. I will be there with you every step of the way. If you're really in, I have some more things that you need to know.
Uh-huh.
Are you ready?
Yeah, sure. Okay, teammate. No, actually, damn, you really are motivating. Let's do this.
We've got a lot to go over. This is a two-part quest. Most good quests have multiple parts, and this is the best quest, so obviously it has multiple parts. I'm officially inviting you to go with me on the first part, the quest of the secret sword.
Oh!
It'll be incredibly dangerous. We will face almost certain death, and worst of all, we'll most likely be unable to avoid a certain very nasty pirate.
Jock?
Jacques. So you've met him then?
Yeah. He tried to kill me.
He's a prince. He's tried to kill me a couple times. Ah, fond memories.
Love him.
He does have his charms, crude though they may be. The secret sword is actually hidden in the hold of Jacques' ship.
Are we trying
I've
to
already
steal
tried
his
to obtain
little
it a couple times, but as you can see,
cocktail
I've been
sword?
unsuccessful. I haven't quite figured out why yet, as I'm so clearly the world's foremost obtainer of secret, sacred, even cursed antiquities and treasures. But in the process of attempting to obtain it, I've run into Jacques, and now he is sort of alerted to my desires and kinda... Oh, I don't know. He has a poorish opinion.
Are you trying to steal his little cocktail sword? Because if that's the case, then yeah, he's gonna have a poorish opinion of you. Did you try to steal his sword?
I mean, yeah. Yes. Sort of.
You totally did.
I have executed some pretty fantastic feats of cat burglary and gymnastic daring in order to...
Steal it.
Well, yeah, Yeah, that's the long and short of it.
Uh-huh.
I don't even object, necessarily. Thievery can be just as glorious as the other acts, especially if it's for a righteous cause, which this totally is.
Is it?
The problem is that he's in the way of my righteous cause, and he keeps trying to kill me, and he's just generally kind of a butt.
I mean, he's an adorable kind of butt, you know. I did kind of enjoy him. Can't deny that. Okay, let's get that sword.
You mean it? Of course.
Flacky, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. You're now one of the Ohana.
I doubt you even had a choice. Fabulous. Off we go.
You again?
Rebel again. Hi, how are you?
So, what brings you back?
Rebel.
See? I'm being nice. Ugh.
I want to get to know you, I guess.
I'm a duck. Quack. Riveting.
That doesn't seem true.
What is?
Are you just... what?
What?
Huh? You graduated, like I seen, from college? Oh! Well, congratulations! Funny joke, Rebel.
I say you could call me that, dumbass.
Pretty damn sure I didn't.
Ah, now we're doing
But you
this
ought to
again.
know just
Blah, blah.
fine. Call me Rebel. Or Daddy.
Don't like either.
Boring.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh.
I understand that though. I have relapsing remitting MS. Have had it diagnosed 9 years now.
And there it is.
Well, there you go.
I'm getting bored
That's
with this
awesome,
dumbass
though.
convo. I usually spend about 20 seconds talking, and then you can be whichever one. That's the only favor I'm gonna do you too, so appreciate that shit. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. But I'm Rebel. I'll bounce right back. In fact, I'm gonna get the you wanna talk to me
keep
again?
repeating the same
Ducking
shit.
bad, poser.
When will you come back?
Rebels out. Poof.
Okay, fine,
Rebels
fine. We could talk to Larry. Wait, I want to know where. There's a triangle. See, that's the thing. Like, I didn't even know I had it either. It's always underlying. But I found out I had it because I was on the sofa talking to a friend, and all of a sudden I had what seemed like stroke symptoms. And the next thing I know, I was in hospital, woke up, didn't really know where I was, and ended up having a spinal tap after having an MRI. The MRI showed some lesions, but they weren't so sure, and then they decided spinal tap was the best way to go, and Spinal Tap said, hey, you've got 2 bands indicative of MS in your spinal fluid. Congrats. You know, funny enough, no, my head didn't really hurt. But I had to lay still for about an hour after they did it. And you have to be awake to have it done. You cannot be asleep for it. Not fun. I almost passed out.
An angular beauty sits in contemplative silence, her head
she's
resting on one hand.
pretty.
She doesn't greet you even when you stand directly in front of her. In fact, she doesn't even look at you.
I had it, see, when I had it done and they numbed me, I still felt everything. I wasn't allowed to stand up. They had told that I was not allowed to. I had to stay flat on my back in the hospital bed for over an hour. Hello?
You're disturbing my thoughts.
You sound like you're from Jersey. You're too pretty to think.
Wow, you really know just how to speak to a triangle, huh? Phew. Anyway, well, that's it.
My fantasy bubbles officially burst. Name's Tina. Tina Triangle.
She sounds like she's from Jersey.
Whoa there. My content aware has given me a tickle.
Okay.
Tina here has a very, let's say, forceful personality.
Forceful?
It could be seen as that of an abuser that's taken in a humorous way.
Okay.
If dealing with that kind of behavior in a light way is disagreeable, I wouldn't recommend this one, that's for sure. You cool with that? Or you want to skip it?
I'll see how it plays out, but if I don't like Tina, I won't continue with Tina.
I'm with the show.
And before you got here, I was having a nice little fantasy.
About what?
Tina forms a small triangle with her fingers.
A love triangle. Greatest shape in the world, especially when it comes to love. Matter of fact, it's the only shape I'm interested in.
I see that.
Oh yeah? You're smarter than you look, cutie.
Well, thank you!
But enough about you.
Right.
You ever watch Love on Triangle Island?
Instead of Love Island. No, but it sounds amazing.
Oh, it is. Let me paint the picture for you. 18 sexy
Yep, it's
singles
Love
get
Island.
together on an island. They gotta pair off into groups of 3, and every week a love triangle gets voted off. The last throuple to get voted off wins $1 million, but that ain't all.
You don't say.
They offer them money and bring in their exes to try and break up the throuple.
Yeah, that's Love Island.
It's all just so deliciously dramatic.
Is that what you were thinking about before I got here?
Yeah, before you interrupted me. But now I'm here thinking about you instead.
Well, cool.
Go on somewhere else now. My fantasy was just getting good and I'm trying to get back to it.
Oh, bye. Bye, then.
Maybe. Bye.
Trying to figure out who to go for. Yeah, kind of. A bit. Let's go talk to Mateo.
Mateo tends to a group of adorable dog-like creatures, grooming them and speaking to them sweetly.
Look at the babies!
Just a few more. And done. Oh, what a good girl, Damas. Que bonita.
Oh, look at your babies.
I bet that feels better, doesn't it? I know you're a Nottweiler, but that snag on your tail.
Nottweiler instead of a Rottweiler? If I had a nickel for every tail off they snagged.
Oh, hey, you're here. I was hoping you'd come by. I wanted to thank you for talking to Phoenicia about making that post.
No problem.
We've already had some visitors stop by because of it. I even talked to a few things who said they saw Davy recently. Hopefully, if we can figure out where he's been, we might be able to follow his trail and track him down.
I hope so.
Oh, that's right, Chiquita. He'll be back before you know it.
Sir, these are the cuties I've heard so much about?
You've caught us in the middle of a grooming day. Everyone's been a little stressed waiting for Davy to come back, so I thought a bit of pampering would do us all some good.
And who gets to pamper you?
Me? Well, I hadn't really thought about it. As long as these guys are happy, I'm happy.
Well, you do need pampering too. Everyone needs someone to tend to them or tend to themselves. Self-care is wonderful and you should always practice self-care.
That's really all the pampering I need.
How about you let me pamper you? Like on a date.
Mateo's eyes widen as realization dawns on him very slowly.
Oh. Oh! Oh! I'm flattered, really. And you do seem great, but the
no,
rescue
you
keeps
will
me pretty busy
self-care.
as it is. And until I find Davy, I just don't think I'd have time for anything like that.
And if you won't, I will self-care you.
I wouldn't say no to some friendly company, though, if you felt like sticking around.
I should probably get going.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, before you go, I wanted to ask you something.
No self-rot, Kaiser. No.
You did such a good job with the Facebook post. I was hoping you might want to help me follow up on some of the leads we've gotten. It would take me a while to get through them all myself, and I really don't like leaving the inanimals alone for that long.
Okay. Yeah, of course.
Great! Alright. The first one I have is from Hoove.
I'm guessing that's gonna be the vacuum.
He said he saw Davy sniffing around the laundry room a few days ago, right around the time he first went missing. Let me know if you find anything, okay? And really, thanks for helping out.
Of course, Mateo. I haven't talked to the vacuum yet. But I want the kitchen version. I need Kitchen Dorian.
Looking at the tiny, big-headed Dorian who stands before you, it's hard not to wonder if perhaps the deviators have glitched. But a quick inspection does seem to show they're working just fine.
A tiny Dorian!
What are you looking at?
You, tiny man! You're tiny!
I am slightly smaller than the rest. No big deal. I'm still a door, not a cabinet, not a hatch. A door, just as much as the rest.
Sure you are, tiny man. Then a tiny little man.
Understand?
I understand.
Good.
You're a tiny, angry little man. I like tiny, angry little Dorian. A tiny, angry little man. You dumb man. Oh my god. That was great. Let's go meet Hoover. Hoove! Hello!
There's something strange
Oh,
about
hi.
the handsome figure you see standing before you. It's not his clothing, even though he does appear to be dressed in some sort of plastic armor. No, it's something about his face. Handsome
He
though
looks
it may
sleepy.
be, you can't quite place his expression. Stranger still, he doesn't speak to you at all. He just stares, his face screwed up in concentration, and his lips pressed together.
What's that?
Are you gonna bark?
He lets out the breath he's evidently been holding, bending forward with his
I thought he was
hands on
gonna
his
bark.
lips as he inhales and exhales deeply.
Woo! Sorry about that. Just trying to see how long I could hold my breath for.
Don't do that. Seems like a while.
I'm up to 3 hours.
What?
All right. Now that that's taken care of, I can give you my full attention. Name's Hoover. My friends just call me Hoove, though.
Hi.
What's up?
Henry Hoove.
You here to chat? Or is there another incident to clean up? And today was supposed to be my day off.
Love to chat.
Sure. What about?
I've been looking for some animals. Seen any?
He taps his fingers on his chin, considering.
Maybe.
Maybe if you retraced your route?
I'd love to, but I'm a little tired today. Sorry.
I bet you've been I'll bet you've been all over the house.
You know it. I've been everywhere except the crawl space, I think. I mean, you never know. There are always places I might not know about. I have heard rumors about a haunted attic.
A haunted attic, you say?
Nah, but I'm sure that's nothing but hearsay.
Did you say haunted attic?
Yeah? Just a rumor, I'm sure.
So, you're the one who's the investigator?
That's right. Crime scene investigation.
Instead of crime scene!
I love my work, but it can be hard to put it away at times. I do tend to keep it all in my bag.
Looks big.
Oh, it is. Big enough to take whatever needs taking.
Oh my! And, how do you take it?
I'm all purpose on whatever surface, babe.
Oh my!
Hard or soft, rough or smooth.
Oh
I can do it
my!
any way it needs to be done. Only thing I'm not so good with is liquid.
Fair. Yes, spills. We're talking spills, of course.
What else would we be talking about?
Oh, just, other dirty things.
Right, exactly. My specialty. Investigating dirt.
You're a himbo, I got it.
And other things.
You seem tired.
Yeah, a bit. It's been a long week. But I enjoy working hard. Makes that can of oil at the end of the day taste all that much better.
Oh, what do you do for fun?
Well, I used to do a lot of things for fun. I used to love watching a good game, especially with fellow fans. And sometimes I'd have a drink after a long day's work. These days, I don't know. I've just felt a bit too cluttered.
I'm sorry.
Nothing to worry about, though. Hey, it's been great talking to you.
You too.
But I gotta finish up my work and call it a day. How about you come back and see me next time you got a minute?
Sure.
I feel like I haven't gotten out to do something fun in a while. And maybe the two of us could...
I
don't know. Catch a game or have a drink?
Maybe. I'd love to go someplace with you.
Sounds like a plan.
You again?
The duck again!
So, see? I'm being nice.
I need to pee.
Well, go on. What are you waiting for? Nobody's looking. Duty. And hell yeah. With one.
They never go. Sorry, Rebby.
Oh, Rebby.
I say you could call me that, dumb. Pretty damn sure I didn't.
God damn it, I am getting
Would you
really
want
annoyed
more?
with the duck.
Fine. Or daddy. Good talk. Oh, and I'm getting. I usually. You can be. That's the only favor I'm gonna do you too, so appreciate that shit. Yes and no. Ain't my obligation. Sure. It's Nunya.
Nah, it's a setup.
Nunya duck in business.
Yeah, I thought so.
Names are worth. And I don't have to tell you. In fact, you want to talk to me again? You ducking
When
bad,
will you come
poser.
back?
Rebels out. Poof. Rebels gone.
So we gotta find the damn duck, I'm guessing. At this point. I just don't know where the hell to find the fucking duck. What the heck? What are you?
A friendly-looking serpentine piece of brush
Hey,
greets you. This inanimal probably isn't Davy, but might still need a home. It leaps into your pocket, ready to go back to Mateo when you are.
Well, we found a snecko. Alright. Now I'm wondering if that towel is another animal. Now I want to know if that towel's another animal. The one that looks like it's animal shaped. Are you an animal?
If you didn't have enough on your plate,
Lucinda!
here comes Lucinda Lavish.
Come on, baby. Tell me what to do. Use me.
Well, if you're gonna be that forward, Lucinda. You said you're the best character in the game?
The very best character in the game. I'm Lucinda Leading Lady.
She keeps changing her name. Prove it.
Prove it? I'm proving it right now with my exceptional voice, body, and other things. But okay, I'll show you anyway, since I've got nothing better to do. I've got the most range, the most interesting stories, the most everything.
Do you now, Lucinda? Everything?
Everything. Check out my range.
Alas, my dear Zebediah, there won't be any more glass for the winter.
Okay.
Jeez, Chunky, what's going on today? Me and Mellywinks are gonna go to the Boom Boom Sunroom.
Okay.
Side effects may include drowsiness, hypothermia, stomach upset, and turning into a ghost. And each of those lines was recorded in only one take.
Fair enough.
I'm basically the best actress.
All right, Lucinda.
In fact, I'll give myself that award right now. Best Actress, Lucinda Leading Lady. What do you think?
You've convinced me.
Yay! Here. To show you my powers and incredible acting prowess, I present you empathy.
Empathy. Hi, look at that.
See you around, my biggest fan.
Bye, Lucinda.
Tyrell yawns.
Oh, it's
and
Tyrell,
stretches.
okay.
He looks as if he might have been napping.
What time is it? Did I oversleep? It's nice of you to come by when I'm off peak hours. Sorry that my shelf isn't more done up. I'm not much of a guest towel, you know?
I'm surprised you don't have more guests.
So am I. Still, I'm content with using the time in here to think of ways to fold my fabric friend into new shapes.
Fair.
Which, since you came by, you get to see my newest... Oh, I don't know what to call it. Creation? Formation?
Okay. Fabric friend.
We can work with that. Let me introduce you to the newest iteration of my buddy, my dear fabric friend, Towel Turtle.
Towel Turtle?
Tyrell holds his
Oh
towel
my God,
buddy
so
out to you.
cute.
Sweet, absorbent little turtle.
Let me tell you, it took us a couple tries to get the shell just right.
Oh, so cute.
But it was worth it.
You're really good at this. Maybe this could be your career.
What? Making towel animals? This really is just a thing for me. A way for me to express myself. Plus, me and my buddy have a special bond.
Why do you keep them around?
They've seen me through a lot. Remember when you got me from that thrift store? I was wrapped with my towel buddy. I remember you saying it was as good as new. Well, let me tell you, I've seen some massive spills in my day. Things you wouldn't believe.
I'm sure you have.
Did you know what pasta sauce can do to grout? It ain't pretty.
Doesn't sound pretty.
What? I didn't have to take on the task alone. Nope. It was a team of us, all dedicated to helping keep things nice and dry. I was happy to be with my friends, working together.
Aww.
Hell, we used to hang out at the bathroom bar most nights and just chill.
Sounds like a nice way to relax.
Oh, it was the shit. Hanging out with people who get what you do, nothing like it. Towel buddy over here would do tricks, turning into different things, making us laugh.
That sounds so cute.
Every colored towel you could think of, all in one place.
I love it.
And the linen closet? Always a party. Sometimes it was so full, you couldn't get a shelf. Those were the good times.
I feel a twist in the story coming.
One hell of a twist. It was a day that will go down in infamy. It was spring. It was raining something crazy. And our owner had their grandkids over.
Uh-huh. Rain, children, towels.
You guessed it. All 7 grandchildren came over.
7?
All 7 of them decided to play in mud.
Oh no, Tyrell!
When they came back in, they just started snatching my friends from the closet.
It ain't so.
Towel buddy and I just watched in horror.
I'm so sorry, Tyrell.
They took them all one by one, but me, I was on the bottom. I just saw it happen.
Oh,
I whispered to
Tyrell.
myself, some tough towels, they'll be fine. When they came back from the laundry room a few days later, it was too late. They had become...
He pauses, as though overwhelmed by the horror.
They became what?
Rags.
Not rags!
Rags! gotta be stain resistant to stain the game. That grape juice, you can't let it stick to you. If you let mud stay on a towel for days, oh, it can be too much.
Say it ain't so.
I know that if Washford and Drysdale had been there, it would have been a different story. Could have saved a few of them before the stain got in too deep. The way they were treated was way too much for them. When the rest became rags, our old boss wanted a completely new set.
Oh, Tyrell, I'm so sorry.
He saw that I was still strong and decided to donate me.
Well, we've got a home now, right? This all sounds so dramatic.
It is, though. It was a hell of a disaster. But I had my little buddy with me. We kept each other company, and I knew I would make it. I'm resilient. It's in my fibers.
You seem very resilient.
Can I see your hand?
I'm giving my hand.
You extend your hand to Tyrell, and he takes it, his touch gentle and unassuming.
When you touch me by my hand, what do you feel?
That spark.
You felt that too? I don't think it's just static electricity either. But there's something else. Feel the texture of my hand. The way I'm made. Soft but sturdy. Hard-working, yet comforting.
Absolutely, Tyrell.
I'm warm.
Yeah, you are. Very, very warm.
You noticed, eh? And my little buddy here helps me channel all those bad things into a way I can express my emotions. All that to say, I'm premium.
You are.
That's why they call me the Lord of the Rings.
Instead of Lord of the Rings. Oh my god.
You get it?
I get it, and I love it.
Yeah.
And after all that, you still want to do the same work?
Well, you want to know a secret?
Of course.
Picture it. The music of summer playing over a speaker. Perhaps a Bluetooth. The smell of sea salt and tight canvas in the air.
Someone wants to be on a ship.
To your right. One of those tall lifeguard stands that someone in bright red
And he
shorts
wants
sits
to
on.
be a beach towel!
To your left, a couple that most likely had an argument in the car. They both try to make the best of the day. It's super awkward. And there I am with you, stretched out in the sand. A giant umbrella behind us, blocking out the sun. And us just chilling. Can you guess what I want to do?
You want to be a beach towel.
Ding, ding, ding. That's right. Beach towels have it made. They just lay in the sand all day, taking in all the sights. At night, they get to sit next to a fire and listen to someone play one of 3 songs they know on the guitar. I'd still get to dry people off, and the sun would help me do my job better. And who could ask for a better view? Clear blue waters, open skies. My towel buddy could be there too. Oh, I could fold you into a fish. Or a seagull.
A seagull, sure. Would you want me to go with you?
Oh, of course. We'd have to go together. Just promise me you won't get mad if I track sand in the car. It's kind of a hazard of the job.
I'd go to the beach with you just to see you smile.
You would? You would leave the house for me?
Getting to lie out with you sounds like a perfect day.
We would turn heads, that's for sure. You know, that's the first time I've told anyone my dream. I'll be honest, I was a little worried that you might think it was silly.
It's not silly. I don't think it's silly at all.
What do you think?
I think it's absolutely awesome. We'll make it happen one day.
Yes. Though remember, no promises about tracking sand into your car, okay?
Okay.
You're the best, you know that?
Not you!
And think of all the sunsets we could watch together. You and me, cuddled up real close.
Oh my.
It would be like nothing else mattered. Even if it was just for a few moments. Oh, that would be awesome. We've got to make it happen.
As long as I'm there with you, I know it will be perfect.
Nothing will keep us apart. You know what the really cool part of this is?
You?
You're part of that dream now, too.
No.
Hey, I've got an idea.
Yeah?
Towel buddy. Remember that one I've been saving for a special moment? I think it's time.
Oh my!
We'll be right back.
Tyrell disappears from view for a few moments.
Yep, just like that. Tuck it under. Ooh, you look so good.
When he returns, he holds his towel buddy out to you, now in a new and delightful shape.
Well?
It's a piggy! Oh my goodness, so precious!
I know. I had to make sure I got the nose just right. I think Towel Buddy will be like this for a while. And, you know, you can wrap me around you.
Oh my, Tyrell!
I'm cozy regardless of the circumstances. You get me?
Hubba hubba!
Oh, sorry. I shouldn't talk like this in front of Towel Buddy. He's just a washcloth after all. But the offer still stands. Okay? I look forward to those sunsets.
Well, Tyrell's now in love.
This is love.
I'm getting some empathy points. Alright, so we're gonna have to get to beds. Oh, it's not. Oh, it's not. We do have ads in 2 minutes, so I have to pause here and I have to run ads, but I will see everyone on the other side. Welcome back from ads, Ohana. Let's do our last date of the night. What?
Hello there, stranger. I'm Dina the Dresser. Need a helping hand?
What? Huh? That was weird.
Oh my stars,
Huh?
I've been waiting for you.
What? You're a glitch.
You again?
Oh my god!
So, see? I'm being nice. Ugh. I'm a duck. Riveting.
Doesn't seem true.
What is?
What?
What?
Huh? So you rebel?
I say you could call me that, dumbass. Pretty damn sure I didn't.
Oh my god, I can't keep going around with this damn duck!
I'm good. I usually you can. That's the only favor I'm gonna do you too. So
you are a
You
problem.
want to talk to me again? Too ducking bad, poser. Rebels out. Poof. Rebels gone.
Why is my dresser glitching out? The fuck? My dresser's broken! Should I be worried? Did the duck come down here? Can I talk to I can talk to the first aid kit!
You see a medic with bright eyes, a kind smile, and a sort of maternal air about her. She doesn't even wait for your introduction, greeting you cheerfully.
Oh, my. Hello there.
Hi.
Fresh face. Here to see the doctor, are ya?
I'm here to see others.
I might look like any old Jane, but I'll have you know that you are looking at a truly top-notch medical professional, and the only one around for miles.
I don't even want to try to say your name. I'll wait till you say your name because I feel like I'm gonna butcher it.
Whether you've got a tummy ache or a life-threatening ulcer, I'm your gal.
She pauses, looking you up and down, hopefully.
Okay.
Do you have a life-threatening ulcer?
Yes. No ulcer or anything life-threatening.
You've never seen anyone more disappointed to hear of your good health.
Oh, heck. I do get my hopes up, you know. One of these days, someone is gonna bust through that door bleeding from orifices, natural and contrived, and boy, oh boy, what a red letter afternoon that'll be.
You are very excited for that. And you're holding an EpiPen as a pen. That is actually really funny and really clever. Cool, cool. Really hope it's not me.
As do I. I understand they're quite painful. Then again, if you ever find that it is you, if by some misadventure or chance you find yourself in possession of said acidic incubus, I hope you know you can come to me. I would know exactly what to do. I would have a very good approximation of exactly what to do.
What's
yes,
you?
basically.
Okay.
Anyway, what can I do for you today? If not an ulcer.
I guess I could use a Band-Aid?
Oh, bandages! They are the first line of defense when the interior of the body has the temerity to propose to become the exterior.
Those are a lot of big words.
Get back in there, blood. Back to your proper course as lymph. And you, skin. Have a little help controlling this raging horde of fluid and marrow. Band-Aids are basically magic.
Sure.
I could go all day. Anything that you might need, hydrocortisone, non-latex gloves, even a simple pen, that, darling lacerated one, will be duck soup.
Non-latex gloves, I love you already because I'm allergic to latex. Lacerated, you're making me sound like a battlefield casualty here.
Zounds, something is drawing my eye. My metasenses are tingling. Better let me take a look at that wound of yours. You sneaky little sufferer. Thought you could slide one by me under cover of a metacarpals, eh?
What are you talking about?
Just to double check, you don't need an injection or two.
No.
Take it from me, dear. You're better off safe than sorry. After all, if there's any sign of rash, you won't know it's there unless we do a thorough examination. And even then, well, I'm afraid there's always a chance for scarlet fever.
Oh crap! Wait, check me now!
Once more, onto the exams.
Faria looks you up
Faria!
and down, tapping her chin as she considers you from every angle.
Exactly what I thought.
Oh, whoa, God, you're freaking me out! Whoa!
No need to be anxious. We caught it just in time. You do indeed possess a splinter.
Oh, no!
But it's not just any old splinter, dear. What you have is a deep, deep splinter.
Oh, dear.
Plenty of tender flesh open to infection, just waiting for those little microbial monsters to set in.
You darn sight.
Do you know what that means?
It sounds bad.
And how? And that's just the beginning. Because once the infection's done a number on you, and your poor, beleaguered immune system staggers back onto the field of battle for another round with the enemy,
yeah,
you watch helplessly as your body swells and burns and turns all different shades of red, pink, and yellow, and the true engine of the enemy rolls up to the line. Gangrene.
No! I'm a split. What?
And before you know it, we'll have to amputate entirely.
We're not amputating! Ah!
I know. This stuff is not for the faint of heart. Once it's bad enough, my poor new friend, I'm afraid the whole appendage will have to come off, preventing spread and all. I'm sad to say we lose many a good limb to splinters every year.
You're scaring me, lady! Is that true, like, statistically?
Statistics is not really my field, I have to say. But I know how many amputations I've had to perform because someone got careless moving the milk crate. Ah, yes, I do know about the body. The bottom line is, you have got to stay vigilant. The world's a scary place, and your body is a fragile, fragile thing.
Right.
One wrong move, and you can throw it into total and utter chaos.
Yeah.
A veritable breeding ground for every bomb, dick, and hairy slate of diseases ready to eat you whole. You never know what the seemingly tiniest, laughable symptom can mean.
You're not wrong.
For example, got a case of bad breath? Maybe you just ate a sandwich with too many onions.
No, I'm allergic to onions. I wouldn't eat onions.
Or your breath stinks like a dead fish on a hot Sunday because you've managed to develop halitosis as a result of the toxic substances in your body not being filtered out properly because your liver is failing.
Do you always have a flair for the dramatic? I'm pretty sure my liver's okay. I love the concern, though.
You can never be too careful. And when something does go wrong, well, it's my job to make sure you're all fixed up. And I'll have you know, I take my job very, very seriously.
I got that.
The doctor's duty is to keep their patients alive and kicking. That's a big responsibility. So you can bet your behind I make sure to cross all my T's and dot all my I's. Sometimes even twice.
Fair. I'll bet your handwriting's hard to read.
Never met a doctor who had good handwriting.
No, they actually go to school to learn how to have bad handwriting. Yeah, but that's not a goal to strive for.
Horse feathers.
Horse what?
Feathers. Never mind. Anywho, it doesn't look like you've got any type of rash after all.
No.
Just that splinter looking awful uncomfortable there. Let's get that taken care of. And then presto, you're all patched up. There you go. Good as new. And if you do develop any plague-like symptoms, well, that's what I'm here for.
I'm glad you're here. I'll come back after the first sign of a sniffle, I promise.
You'd better. I'll keep the tissues ready. Medical professional Faria's always just a sniff, sneeze, and groan of discomfort away.
She was very eccentric. What now, David?
Valdivianites, it's David Most, your beloved CEO, with an important question. What do the following items have in common? Cellophane, eyeglasses, and bottled water. If you guessed they're all 15% off today only on Valdivian.com, you'd be absolutely correct.
Sure.
But even more importantly, they're all transparent. As your leader, I value transparency above all else, especially when the board of directors changes the locks on my office. Message received, Ian.
So they're telling you you need to go.
With that spirit in mind, I need to share some difficult news with you today. I have not been entirely candid regarding my lost sunglasses. Firstly, the lost item was thankfully not my sunglasses. My sunglasses were handcrafted in Italy by blind artisans, are inlaid with conflict diamonds, and are locked in my safety deposit box.
You don't say.
No, the missing item in question is actually a Valdivian prototype. And even more importantly, it's the only existing prototype of the amazing new gadget we're planning to launch for the Q4 Blissmas season. Unfortunately, the engineer who invented the prototype was a disgruntled former employee who destroyed the schematics before disappearing himself.
You don't
so,
say.
as you can see, it is imperative that the glasses are found as quickly as possible.
No.
To that end, and after discussing it with the board, we are now prepared to offer a handsome reward for their expedient return. A $50 gift card to Valdivian.com.
Nah, I'm not giving it to you. You can go away, they're my glasses. Fuck off. I will not give you my glasses, you can't have them. Pythorn! Oh, what a name. Tina, of course she likes drama. Beverly's got a bunch of different things to unlock. Mitchell has 2 more things. Stefan really doesn't like me very much. I'm getting tired of Rebel. Tyrell, I've got 2 more things. Oh, I could have made him hate me. Nah. I don't really think I want to make Tyrell hate me. I don't really want to make any of them hate me. Haven't unlocked anything. That's why your voice sounds so familiar, Bo! Okay. Now I know. Okay, the mirror can't open. Got it. Don't tell me I can date the plunger. Why? Just why? Why do I feel like there's something outside? I really do. I feel like there's something outside, but where? Okay, there's Mateo.
I'm so sorry, Matito.
Betty!
I know how much Davy means to you.
Thanks, Betty. And you're sure you haven't seen him in the bedroom anywhere lately? Maybe he fell behind the nightstand, or got stuck in the closet, or something.
I can check again, but I haven't seen him since I caught him hiding my pillows last week.
Your pillows. Uh-huh.
Well, you know, it's just because he likes you so much.
I mean, what's not to love about Betty?
Oh, is that all? I'll remember that for next time.
There is going to be a next time, right?
Of course there is, sweetheart. In the meantime, I'll ask around the bedroom.
Betty, what are you insinuating?
You're the best.
Still no luck?
No, unfortunately. What about you? Were you able to check out the bathroom? Any sign of Davy?
I found this.
That's one of Davy's threads! And you found it in the bathroom?
It was calling something next to this.
A python!
Hi, Kaiser.
Look at you! What a beauty! Leave it to Davy to be wandering around, just making friends this whole time. Welcome to the rescue, little guy. What should we call you, hmm?
Love you too.
What do you think?
Something cute.
Well, it would have to be, wouldn't it? For such a cute little python. How about... Clover? Well, if the thread was still there, Davy couldn't have been there
We're
that
now
long
calling
ago,
the
right?
python Clover.
This is great. We should focus on the rooms downstairs. One of the responses to the Facebook post was from Telly. Apparently, Davy got caught up in Connie's cords not long after Hoof saw him in the laundry room. Telly said that they lost track of him, but they're still untangling things, so he could be stuck back there somewhere. Can you go check it out?
I'm on it.
Finally, some good news. Hang on, Davy. We're coming, buddy. Come on now, Clover.
Connie? The TV? Connie the TV console? Maybe?
The first word that comes to mind when you see the large cowboy standing
Oh,
before you
well,
is
hello?
solid. This guy is big, and he looks built to last. You might be intimidated were it not for the kind expression on his face and the sweet way he doffs his hat at you.
Hi.
No one's ever asked you this, but if you had been asked to imagine what your table might look like as a human, you think this would be pretty close.
We've known each other for a real long time now.
That's a southern accent.
We've never been properly introduced. So, first
Your
things
name's
first,
Abel,
name's
okay?
Abel, and I'm your table. And second, that is one fantastic red shirt you got on.
Thank you.
Howdy.
Howdy. I'm Stitch and I'm your human?
I know it, but it sure is nice to hear it from you face to face like this. You know, it's a table. It's my job to hold things up all over the house.
True enough.
And I take my job real serious.
I'm sure you do.
So, if you're here talking to me now, you must need something more than just my support. And if there's one thing Abel's gonna do, it's make sure everyone in this house has what they need.
Yes.
So, what can I do you for? There's gotta be something.
I'm just getting to know everyone around the house.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, well, okay,
Skylar
fair.
told me you was getting to know everybody real good. Maybe looking to getting back into dating and all that? Dating, huh? Ooh-wee. Dating ain't really my area of expertise, you know. And me, personally, I never was one for casual stuff.
Me either.
If you're looking for someone who knows people, though, you might want to talk to Kopi. She's good with that sort of thing.
Fair. You the old-fashioned type?
I guess you could say so. All that talking and whatnot. Trying to fit each other's history into bite-sized portions.
Yeah.
Oh, it just ain't my speed.
No, I get that. Me either.
Well, I'm just glad I ain't the only one who feels a little left behind by the whole thing. But don't you worry. Kopi will get you on the right path. Winda, tell her I say hey when you see her.
Thanks, Abel.
You take care now.
I see I saw a spring. Hold on. What are you? Oh, so I can't talk to that object today. Well, okay, fine. Alright, Tin.
It's me. Were you followed? Is this signal encrypted?
We're clear?
Listen, I've been giving more thought to our previous conversation about the ethical implications of transforming inanimate objects into humans. And I've come to a realization.
Okay.
It's honestly not up to us whether an object should become human. It's up to the object. And if an object expresses desire for personhood, who are we to deny them?
Makes sense, I agree.
I did discover one other interesting piece to all this. After analyzing the data,
it appears that certain objects can only become human if the Dateviator user possesses the necessary personality traits.
Fair.
I'm not sure why. I theorize it's because certain character attributes emit an energy vibration on the same resonant frequency as the molecules of a particular inanimate object. But in all honesty, it's likely a mystery that science will never solve.
Oh, I have a theory.
That science will never solve.
Gotcha.
Regardless, I was able to discover which personality traits seem to resonate with each inanimate object, and I've uploaded that data into the Dateviators.
Okay.
I've labeled it Realization Recipes. You should be able to access those files now.
Why realization recipes?
I'm so sorry, but there's no time. Valdivian's goons were closing in, so I was forced to flee to a country in South America to avoid detection. And my cell carrier's overseas data plan is very limited.
You know what? That's
seriously
very
10
valid.
megabytes a day? I can barely send a GIF. What a joke! Remember, check the Dateviators for the realization recipes.
Okay. Thanks. Where would I even go for that? I'm sorry, Abel's adorable. I like Abel. Is that everybody? Okay. Why does the data deck still have that? I'm so confused. I'm confused.
It takes you a moment to realize that there
Hello?
is not, in fact, a test of the emergency broadcast system standing in your living room, though the colourful figure standing across from you certainly bears a striking similarity to that TV classic. Even before they speak, you can feel a frenetic energy in the air, like someone switching between channels at high speed.
Yo, yo, yo!
Oh, hi!
Don't touch that dial, cinephile, because my favorite studio audience is now in attendance. The VIP attendee, the Uber viewer, and sometimes wooer.
He kind of looks a little like Lil Nas X.
The supreme dream who makes this flat screen scream. The fantastic red shirt means you're ready to flirt. How can I cater to my greatest spectator?
Oh, I like being catered to.
Then let's get ready to rumble! Before we get to what's on my screen, let me properly set the scene. The name's Telly.
Hi,
Rhymes
Telly.
with Nelly. Like, whoa, Nelly! Did you know Telly offers 5,000 channels like an endless deli?
Right.
Holy smokes, folks! So ask not what your country can do for you. Ask, can you dig it?
We're gonna get a lot of references from this one. Wow, 5,000? Really?
Damn straight.
It's one small step for
Yeah, we're getting a lot of
man,
references
one
with this
giant
one.
leap for mankind.
5,000 channels is the most offered by any provider. I know this because I'm an entertainment insider. 5,000 channels of cheers. 5,000 channels of cheers.
You good?
Can Valdiviflix compete with that? Or even Viewloo? That Valdiviflix copycat?
Netflix and Hulu?
Telly shows are must-see. Their programming's just musty.
Well, I'm sold.
Dynamite!
Yeah, we're getting a lot of references.
Anyway, since you're here, my dear, why don't you just kick back and recline? Unwind from the grind and free your mind with 120,000 hours of programming combined.
No, I don't think so.
View that cue till you go blind.
No. until I go blind?
It's just an expression. No need for obsessing.
In case of ocular degeneration, we'll just get you some medicine.
Okay, let's do this.
Loading programming. Loading programming. Optimizing for comedy. Haha. Analyzing for reality. Boo-hoo.
Pratfalls and close calls from straight to your eyeballs. And, yeah, Mr. White. Yeah, science, bitch. I found 15,000 shows you wouldn't oppose. So what genre can I impose on you with my flawless flows?
Home renovation?
Time for some narration elation about home renovation. Allons-y.
Alright, Doctor Who!
From the creators of Home is Where We Buried Grandma and Festive Infestations comes...
Home is Where We Buried Grandma? What?
Balls to the Walls, a thrilling home renovation series where each episode follows the demolition of a different home using wrecking balls as the primary tool of destruction.
Okay then!
Hosted by demolition expert Carlos Balls of Steel Balenciaga, and featuring an all-original music score from MC
Instead
Whammer.
of MC Hammer.
No home is safe from the swinging force of Balls to the Walls.
So, my beau, does this show make you go, whoa?
Maybe we could just talk about our feelings. That could be nice.
Danger, Will Robinson. Danger.
Okay.
Look, if that show isn't for you, I've got 15,000 other options we can still view. So what genre can I impose on you with my flawless flows?
Local community access?
Wait, seriously? I just told you that I have 5,000 channels with 15,000 shows. And you want to watch the community access station?
What's wrong with PBS? We're also gonna learn close-up magic.
Look, I'm gonna be straight with you. You're cute and all, but there's no way in hell I'm watching the community access station.
Wow!
There's literally an endless bounty of quality content now, and I'm not gonna waste my precious time on planet Earth watching some old fart playing amateur xylophone for 6 hours.
And? What if I want to watch that?
We get each other?
I like the xylophone.
Look, I got better things to do than be trolled by some centerfold whose taste in television is worth less than a fool's gold. Swing by later if you want to be less shady. Otherwise...
Hasta la vista, baby.
Right, okay. Lots of references with that one. I want no. Where is it, Telly? Okay, Isaac Robinson Smith. Not familiar. Asked to see a toy tent and watch public access. Got it. But I do think I'm going to save it here once I go to bed. Okay, we're gonna save it here. And this is where we're gonna end it for today. I've had a lot of fun with this game. I honestly could see myself playing this again tomorrow. Not gonna lie. But we are gonna go find somebody to raid. I see someone streaming that I want to go raid, so we're gonna go raid. VR Latte. If you are not subbed, this is your raid message. If you are subbed, this is your raid message. Do remember, you are loved, you are valid, and you matter. And do something to make someone smile today. Tell someone you love them. I love you, my Ohana. You have a great one. And I will probably be live again tomorrow with this same game, because I'm really enjoying it.